Good morning. Happy Tuesday. Welcome back to Criminality. Or if this is your first time here, welcome to Criminality. So Joanna, yes, T did find the full testimony of the son that we watched yesterday. So we are going to watch that today. First thing, that'll be the first one on the bat, and then we'll go back to regularly scheduled testimony. So we can get caught up with the Tristan stuff. So yeah, it's like an hour and a half, and they have like a 30-minute clip of it on Law and Crime. Freaking ridiculous. So good morning, everybody. As everybody knows, we are here doing a trial rewatch, a rewind from back in this. The trial was September of 2019 of the state of hi hybrid, long time no see. I hope you're doing well. The state of Iowa versus Todd Mullis in the case of murder against his wife, Amy Mullis. So we had part one. It's not even really day one, because like I said, the way that we have the testimony, it's kind of just, we're doing it more in parts than we are in like by day. So not to hesitate, but yeah, so I found it in the trial archives of Court TV online, their website. So I'm going to do a sound check really quick just to make sure that you guys can hear it, and then I'm going to say hi to everybody in chat.
Tristan, this is Judge Bitter. Can you hear me okay?
As long as you guys can hear that. Hi, Melissa. Hi, Delana. Hi, Thomas. Hi, The Real Angel. What's up, Rexy? Hey, Scales. Joanna, I was talking to you, but I didn't actually get to say hi to you. I know, an archive. I know. I'm like, somebody needs to actually, like, we need to get this downloaded and put up on, maybe I can get Rawweiler to do it. Hi, Jennifer. What's up, Susie? Hi, Lacey. Hi, Johnny. Hi, Soulshine. Hi, Indiana Girl. Hey, Bree. Anyone want? I want some milk and cookies. I've got an iced coffee right now. I am very tired. Very, very tired. Rexy, did I say hi to you, Rexy? I know I saw you. I don't know if I actually said hi. Hi, Hammy. Hi, Hammy. Hey, Percocent. Serendipity. Oh, there's going to be some farm stuff. Don't you worry. There's definitely farm stuff happening. Okay, so you guys can hear it. Let me get this up. So some of this, obviously, we heard yesterday. I to be very honest, and I just want to be upfront, I did not sit here and watch the whole thing to make sure that there was no weird splicey going on. I did a couple spot checks, and it seemed good to go. But it's like an hour and a half, so I didn't have an hour and a half to watch the entire thing. So hopefully we don't have any weird splicey stuff happening. But this should be all of it with no splices plus cross. That's my hope, and that's what we're sticking to. Gotta head over to Court TV to watch Psycho Tris Lori's hearing. I'll be back afterwards with a fewer brain cells. Yeah, I'll watch that later so I can fast forward. She's such a nutbag. As much as because I followed so much of that case with Lori Vallow, Daybell, I should go back and finish this off, for Charles and Brandon, and I should. I don't know. I just like, she's so wackadoodle. I don't know. Maybe I will. I just feel like I got so much closure with that case, with the Idaho, with Chad Daybell being found guilty, her being found guilty. Colby's on YouTube, and I think he used to do a lot of stuff on Instagram. So I'm just happy that him and his wife worked things out and figured out their shit, because A case by case. Lori's going to make the case drag being her own lawyer. And not to go too sidetracky into Lori's stuff, but did you see the motion that she wrote trying to subpoena Nate? I said in my Daybell chat, my Facebook chat, Daybell Facebook chat, I was like, she hates Nate. Because if you guys did follow that case, then you remember that like Nate was the one who like followed them to Hawaii and was like was like, where are the kids? Where are the kids? And I was like, she'll do anything to make sure that he can't actually come to court. Colby is doing well. I know. I like Colby. I think Colby. I think and fuck, that kid's been through a lot. He's not even a kid anymore, but no, they work things out and they end up having another baby. Yeah, same wife. Same wife. This morning she wrote one to exclude court TV because they've been replaying a commercial of hers she doesn't like. That is shit is funny. Oh, thank you, Melissa, for the memberships. Welcome to all the noobs. Okay, go have fun over there. When you get back, you can tell us how batshit crazy it was, or if it was just super boring and not worth watching. Okay, and like I said, not to stay on Lori for too long, but who watched the Dateline? Keith. Oh, Keith. Who watched it? God, she's annoying. She was like trying to flirt with him and manipulate him at the same time. It was like the weirdest. I was like, you can take your Dorito lipstick and go back to your cell, girl. I haven't watched the entire thing. I just watched the clips. I watched all the clips that people have put out so far because, as we know at this channel, Dateline does not like you playing their stuff. Such a waste of time altogether, like 8 minutes of her actual interview. Oh, maybe I have seen all of it then, serendipity. Person isn't kind to chicks who used to be hot. Well, no, they don't offer the Botox that she was used to. Yeah, I don't remember if it was Doritos. Somebody in chat will remember. Yeah, she used like stuff from commissary to do her makeup to go to court. So I swear Doritos was one of them, but then there was something else she used for lipstick, and then her that's why her mouth was like super orange. Do you guys remember what? Do you guys remember what it was? It was some type of food product. Well, I think that she had I don't know, she also did something for blush. Oh, shit, I can't remember. Yeah. Hey, Mavhawk. How's it going, Mavini? Tampons with the hair and the boots with the fur. I don't know why that makes me think of that song, Case. Tampons with the hair and the boots with the fur. Cheetos? I don't. Hold on. Maybe I can just Google it. What? I can't remember what freaking food. It's too early for me. I did not sleep a lot. Did Lori Vallow use for makeup? So I think I always say it's Doritos and it was actually like some other type of food. It was the Jolly Ranchers mixed with colored pencils. She used something else. It was food. She's gotten lotion, deodorant. No, I don't know. I guess that's not really a Google thing. What's up, Mrs. Troy? Does he hear me singing? Oh shit! Don't embarrass me in front of legend. Do we know if any of the others have detoxed yet, like her niece and others? I don't know, man. Her niece is. I don't know if she can. I think she might be too far gone. I do. I sing to my husband will do that on purpose. He'll say things just to make me start singing. It puts the lotion on the skin, or else it gets the hose again. She's like a prison makeup MacGyver. She is. Thomas is like, I'm already done with my day. You know, like my tampons in the hair and the boots with the fur. That's Case's fault. I blame Case. Okay. Anyway, let's get to Tristan's. So, all right, we'll do this.
Yes, sir. Okay. You're going to be called as a witness to testify, so you have to promise to tell the truth and take an oath. Do you understand what that means?
Yes, Your Honor.
I want you to raise your right hand right now. Do you swear that the testimony you give here today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Johnny, I don't think so.
State your name and spell your first name, please.
My first name is Tristan. My last name is Mullis.
So like I said, we're going to hear some of the exact same things we heard yesterday, but hopefully, like I said, it doesn't have all the skippity dippities.
My first name is spelled Trysten. My last name is Mullis, and that's spelled Mullis.
Okay. Counsel, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
He really is.
September 3rd, 2005.
And where do you currently live?
In England.
Who do you live in England with?
My grandmother and my step-grandfather.
Tristan, what grade are you in?
8th grade.
And do you like sports?
Yes.
What kind of sports do you like?
I like to play football.
And do you have a favorite football team?
Maybe
Yeah,
I'll
the Iowa Hawkeyes.
maybe I'll skip some of this stuff because this is really
like?
that's just his.
The red shed, was that pet?
Me and my dad both asked her if she was all right.
Did your dad say anything else to your mom at that
Yeah.
time?
Okay.
No, not at that time.
What did you do then?
We continued working.
What happened after you were working?
She kind of did the same thing, but this time we told her that maybe it was better off if she didn't do that job anymore.
I don't know if that'd be
Tristan,
low key,
did
Hammy.
you
I
say
think
that
I'd
to your
be
mom,
cool.
or did your dad say that to your mom?
We both did.
Did your dad say anything else to your mom?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, I really don't think it's wise for you to stay out here because, I don't want you falling off and getting hurt.
Did your dad ask your mom to do anything else?
Yes.
What did he ask her to do?
So that later that day, after we had gotten done with the hog barn, there was we had to go, I think it was feed or water water the chickens. And we have it's a tote, it's a chemical tote that was not being used, and we put a hose on it so we could store water in that tote, and so we used that for a water source to carry water to the chickens.
Streets. Yep. That's the guy who was convicted of killing his wife with a rake, but I don't think he did it. I think it was an accident. So yeah. But yeah, this is the OG trial from back in September of 2019.
And it was in the shop, and there was cats in the shop, and the skid loader was also in the shop, so we didn't want them running away or possibly getting in an accident.
So, Tristan, did your dad say anything to your mom or tell her to do something?
Yes.
What did he say?
He said if you want to help out, it would mean a lot to us if you would go get the pet cage that was in a barn.
And is that also referred to as like a pet carrier?
Yes.
And do you know where that pet carrier was located?
Yes.
Where was it located?
In the red shed, as we call it.
And how far is the red shed from the hog barn that you were in?
From the front of the barn, it's about 30 yards.
Did your mom actually leave the hog barn?
Yes.
And this carrier, it's kind of big, correct?
Yes.
And what would you approximate? Well, could you give us an approximation of how much you think that pet carrier weighs?
Probably maybe 15, 18 pounds. I'm not sure.
And your dad asked your mom to get that after she appeared to be dizzy.
Yes.
Did your dad tell your mom where to put it after she got it?
Yes.
Where did he tell her to put it?
They said two things. He said, if you can get it to the shop, that would help. But if you can get it out of the barn, that would be also helpful. But if you just can't get it, then just leave it. We'll get it.
Now,
hold on. No way. Seriously, you talked about this in paramedic school and your teacher thought it was an accident too, and he has been on thousands of calls. I trust his judgment. That's super interesting because I absolutely think it was an accident. So paramedic school teacher agrees with me. Just saying. Just saying.
where specifically in the red shed was that pet carrier located?
It was kind of against the wall. I want to say it was against the southern wall, something like that.
So you actually saw your mom then leave the hog barn?
Yes.
What were you doing after your mom left the hog barn?
I continued her job.
And what was that?
Cleaning the light fixtures.
And what was your dad doing?
He was doing the same thing that he was doing just when we, before she left.
How long were you and your dad in the hog barn together after your mom left?
Probably about another hour and 30 minutes.
Now, while you were in this barn, you were still working?
Yes.
And your dad was doing his job or working as well?
Yes.
At some point, did you lose sight of your dad?
Yes.
Do you know exactly how long your dad wasn't in your sight?
No.
The time that you didn't see your dad you obviously didn't see your mother either.
Yes.
You did not see your mom at that time? Sorry,
yes.
That was confusing.
Yes.
While you were in the hog barn working for approximately that hour and a half, did you have a watch on?
No.
Did you have your phone with you?
No.
Was there a clock inside the hog barn that you were looking at the time?
No.
Tristan, would it be accurate to say that you don't know how much time you were away from your dad when you were working in the hog barn?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, you swore to tell the truth today, correct?
Yes.
And as Judge Bitter asked you, you know what that means?
Yes.
And you're under oath right now.
Yes.
Now, did you also swear to tell the truth last week when you did a deposition to talk about these same things?
Yes.
And during that deposition, were you asked how long your dad was out of your sight?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you were also under oath?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you estimated that it was approximately.
Your Honor, may we approach? Yes.
Skating for over 45 years has taken a toll.
Oh, don't you even. I don't need no freaking ad. Come on.
On my body. I take quinol turmeric because it helps.
Come on, Tony Hawk. I get it. I know you're older now. Life's been hard on us. It's got to take some turmeric.
Go ahead.
Tristan, during that deposition, you estimated that you were out of your dad's sight for approximately 1 minute and 40 seconds.
Yes.
Was
Here's the
that
big part.
accurate when you gave that testimony?
No.
After the deposition, did you meet with your attorney and tell him that that was not accurate?
Yes.
And did you ask him to tell myself and the defense attorney that that time estimate was inaccurate?
Yes.
Now, Tristan, after
Oh, the streets. It's I have premium. I couldn't live on YouTube without it. This is on Court TV. CourtTV.com.
approximately that hour and a half that you said you were working in the hog barn, did your dad say or tell you to do anything?
Yes.
What did he say to you?
He just said, since we did not see the pet carrier or whatever you want to call it in front of the shop or out on the in front of the barn, we just assumed that maybe it was too heavy or she couldn't get it, or because she was on a weight restriction. So we just thought that maybe it was just one of those things where you just can't do it yourself. So he just told me to get it myself.
Now, let me just ask you a few questions, Tristan, about what you just said. You said your mom was on a weight restriction?
Yes.
And what do you mean by that?
It means since she had the surgery, as I earlier said, that she couldn't. She wasn't. I guess she wasn't recommended to lift over 10 pounds, is what she told me.
Now, after you were working in the barn for approximately an hour and a half, did you and your dad had that conversation about how you didn't see the pet carrier by the shop?
Yes.
Where did that conversation with you and your dad take place?
There's an office, or it's like an office in the barn that we were working in, and it's where all the paperwork for the both barns go for the pigs, the days, and stuff like that, and just a storage area.
Now, did your dad ask you to go and check the red shed?
Yeah.
And did he ask you to go look for your mom or to go look for the pet carrier?
Go look for the pet carrier.
Where did you go then?
I went to the barn.
And when you say barn, that's also the red shed?
Yes.
So sometimes you guys call it the old red barn or the old shed?
Yes.
Where was your dad when you went into the shed?
He was changing his boots that he had put on because they say it's wise to change boots so you don't spread disease throughout the barns. So we were both wearing different boots, and he had to fill out some paperwork.
Did you then walk to the red shed or red barn?
Yes.
At that point, was anybody else on the farm?
No.
Where did you go then?
I went to the barn.
What did you see when you walked in?
My mom.
And where was your mom at?
She was just inside the door.
And what position was she in?
She was kind of on her hands and knees, face down.
What did you do?
I yelled for my dad.
Did you see anything that was protruding or sticking out of your mom's body?
Yes.
What did you see?
Corn rake.
And where was that at in relation to your mom's body?
In her center back, probably somewhere around there.
At that point, was your mom responsive?
No.
Did you do anything to see if she was?
Yes.
What did you do?
I checked for a pulse on her neck and her arm, and I put my finger, or my index and my middle finger, under her nose to see if she was, if there was breath.
Now, at that point, I think you indicated that's when you called for your dad?
Yes.
What happened then?
He started running over.
And what did your dad do?
He went in the barn, and he told me to go get the truck.
At that point, did you or your dad call 911?
Yes.
Right then you did?
No, not then, no.
When you say you went and got the truck, what do you mean? What did you actually do?
Went and got in the truck and drove it over to where they were.
And what was your dad doing then?
He was helping Mom out of the barn.
And how was he doing that?
He was kind of had a hand over both of his shoulders, kind of like the army carry.
And so did you actually see your dad take the rake out of your mom?
Yes.
And you saw him pull it out?
Yes.
And then is that when you saw him holding your mom like you just described?
Yes.
What did you do then after you pulled the truck up?
I got out of it and I saw her, and I got really like, I kind of got lightheaded, and then my dad just told me to snap out of it, and I got the door open for him, and I sat in the passenger seat, and she sat on my lap, and we drove off to the hospital.
So your dad then drove the car?
The truck, yes.
I'm sorry, the truck. And you were in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And at that point, where was your mom?
She was on top of me.
And would it be fair to say, was your mom bleeding?
Yes.
And your dad started driving?
Yes.
While your mom was on top of you and your dad was driving, at any point did you see your mom become responsive?
No.
When your dad started driving, shortly after he started driving, did he do anything?
He called 911.
What happened then?
The operator told him to pull over in so we pulled over in it was like an area where a house is being built and nobody was there, so we just pulled over.
What happened after you guys pulled over?
We got her out of the car, and the truck, and the operator told us to give CPR.
And did your dad do that?
Yes.
Did police and an ambulance arrive?
Yes.
And what happened after they arrived?
They started doing chest compressions, and they loaded her into the ambulance and drove her off to the hospital.
Did anybody else other than the police and paramedics arrive where you guys were at on the side of the road?
Yes.
Who else came or showed up?
It was by sheer coincidence, but a few friends did.
Where did you go then after your mom got put in the ambulance?
We went back to my house.
When you say we, who were you with?
One of our friends.
And do you recall his name?
Yes.
What was his name?
Michael Krogman.
And is Michael Krogman a neighbor or a friend?
Yes.
And he actually drove you back to your house?
Yes.
Was it just the two of you in the car?
Yeah, the truck, yes.
Sorry, the truck. When you got back, you drove in the truck with Mike Krogman. Did anybody else follow you back to your farm?
I don't remember.
At some point, did some police officers arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak with those officers?
Yes.
Did you show them the area where you found your mom?
Yes.
Now, this area where you found your mom, can you just describe it a little bit more, please?
There's a door. There's two sliding doors. There's chemical totes in there. There was an old wagon in there. It's kind of narrow,
Now, I apologize. The area where you found your mom, is that the same area where the pet carrier is?
Yeah, basically.
Well, you actually have to, where you found your mom is right, if I have this right when you walk in the doors, to your left is where your mom was.
Yes.
And your mom, you indicated, was on her hands and knees face down.
Yes.
And you would actually have to walk a little bit further and turn in order to see where the pet carrier is.
Yes.
Okay, was it? I think it was MB. Where's MB at? Why aren't they here today? I think we were talking about this yesterday about the location of where everything was in the shed. So you go in the door, and he says that she is to the left of the door, and then you go down a little bit further, and if you turn right, you go down that walkway, and then there's the pet carrier. So we gotta remember that. She was alive. Yeah. I mean, yeah. She was alive at some point right there. She wasn't responsive, and they were doing CPR. They still worked on her for another hour once she got to the hospital before they pronounced her dead. Right, Soulshine? I know.
Did you then talk with the police and indicate to them where you found your mom?
Yes.
I agree.
Now, Tristan, after this happened, that day, you went to the hospital.
Well, she had to be alive at some point when she got on her hands and knees, right? I mean, that's how they find her. So she's alive at some point to get there, to get onto her hands and knees. That's how Tristan finds her. And then, but she's not responsive by the time he finds her, but she has to be alive when she gets into that position. She's not dead when she gets into that position because nobody's in there with her. So I don't know. So did she get herself turned over after she was impaled multiple times? I don't know. I guess I'm really paying attention more like this time around to like the finer details of exactly what they say about like the holes and the positioning. But in my memory, like when I think back to like watching this trial originally, I picture the corn rake like propped up. And she like stumbles over and impales herself on it and like tries to get like off of it and falls back again against it. And then at least in my opinion, I think probably twice, but some people say it could only be once. Maybe it was only once. And then she can't, and she ends up kind of falling forward onto her hands and knees, like trying, like gonna crawl to the door. Is kind of how I think of it. So that's just how I envision it. Now, is that exactly what happened? I have no idea. So I said I'm gonna try to pay attention to some of the finer details and maybe work out any kinks in my thought process. See, I don't know. And Matt, that could be true. I envision it like it's propped up against, and not even necessarily the wall. Like, hold on. I think I closed all my photos from yesterday. But like, almost, it could just be like up against like this, like anywhere in here. Doesn't even have to be like up against a wall. It's just like up in here. And she like stumbles over. I mean, I remember, because when they come and find this corn rake now, it's already removed from her back, and Todd had taken it out of her back. So I don't know. I have no idea. I mean, I guess she could have fallen down on it, but she's found on her hands and knees. So, okay, let me go back.
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that this was a very traumatic experience for you?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that you actually felt like you almost were going to pass out when you found your mom.
Yes.
And obviously, I mean, what were you feeling after you found your mom?
I just kind of freaked out, and I was, my anxiety level was 0 to 100 in about a split second.
Now, you spoke to police, sheriff, that day at the hospital, right?
Yes.
And they asked you a little bit about what happened that day.
Yes.
And you told them at that time that you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
You also talked to Scott Rieger from the Department of Criminal Investigations. He came to your school a few days later and talked to you.
Yes.
And he also asked you if you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
And you said yes.
Yes.
And lastly, you also talked to a forensic interviewer at the Child Protection Services a couple months after this happened. Is that right?
Yeah.
And you also told that interviewer that you were with your dad the whole time.
Yes.
But what you're telling us today and what you told us at the deposition is that there was a period of time that you were not with your dad.
Yes.
Now, after this happened on November 10th, 2018, where were you living?
With my dad and my 2 siblings.
And were you living at home on your farm, or did you stay somewhere else for a little bit?
We stayed somewhere else for a little bit.
And who did you stay with?
My dad's parents.
And would that be your grandma and grandpa Mullis?
Yes.
And where do they live in relation to your farm?
About maybe a couple miles away.
Now, Tristan, I just want to go back a little bit and ask you a few more questions about the day that this happened. When you first found your mom, were you able to see your mom's face or her front side when you first found her?
No.
And in the area that your mom was found, what's in that specific area?
It's just like a walkway, and there's like chemical totes in there and a wagon that carries fertilizer.
Now, at any point on the day that this happened on November 10th, 2018, did you ever see anybody other than your mom, your dad, and your brothers and sisters on the farm?
Yes.
Who else? I'm sorry, before this happened.
Oh, no.
You indicated a minute ago that at some point you saw other people.
When?
Did you I'll just rephrase my question. I apologize. When you and your mom and your dad were out in the barn, at any point, did you see anybody else on the farm?
Oh, no.
Did you hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
After your mom went to get the pet carrier, did you hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
Did you see any trucks or hear anybody else on the farm?
No.
And after you went home, after this happened, at that point, there was some police and some other family members that came over.
Yeah.
What time do you think you worked outside until you found your mom? About what time?
Noon.
Now, Tristan, I want to ask you a little bit about when you were, prior to this happening, did you have your own bedroom at the farm?
Yes.
Would you sleep in your bedroom?
No.
Why not?
Just because, it's downstairs, and it's kind of I'm the only room downstairs, and it just was kind of lonely, I guess. I just slept upstairs.
And where would you sleep at your house?
In the living room.
Would you sleep on a couch?
Yes.
And would your dad generally also sleep in that same room?
Yes.
And would that be on a separate couch?
Yes.
And do you know why your dad slept on that couch?
Because he had back problems, and there was a certain inclinement that he would sleep in, and it would it wouldn't hurt his back, and so he just kind of slept on that.
Now, did your dad have an iPad?
Yes.
And where would your dad keep that iPad?
There was a little kind of a rectangular box kind of thing. It was like a gift that he had gotten, I think, and he would keep it in that beside the couch.
Now, let me back up a minute. Did you have any type of device at this time back in November 2018 or around that time? Did you have a phone or an iPad?
Yes.
What did you have?
I had a phone, and I had a Kindle or whatever you want to call it.
And did Taylor or Wyatt have any type of devices?
Yes.
What did they have?
Taylor had a cell phone as well, and they both had a Kindle.
And what if anything, did your mom have type of device?
She had a cell phone. She had a Kindle as well.
And was there a family laptop or computer that you all used?
Yes.
And where was that device was it a laptop?
Yeah.
Where was that usually kept?
It was generally kept kind of next to a door that led out to the deck, but it was kind of in the kitchen vicinity.
And it generally stayed in the kitchen area?
Yes.
Now, this iPad that was your dad's, where did you see your dad use it at?
On the couch.
And would your dad also sometimes take that when he was in the field or in the tractor or to use it around the farm?
Yes.
And was there a code to get into this iPad?
Yes.
Are you aware of what that password was?
Yes.
Did you yourself ever use that iPad?
Yes.
When did you use that iPad?
Maybe once, I think, to look up something for Dad, or I think one of those. I can't remember, but I know I did use it a couple times, but it was just to look up stuff.
Now, during your deposition last week, you were asked if you ever used that iPad, correct?
Yes.
And during that deposition, you said you never used it.
Yes.
But today you're saying that you have used it.
Yes.
And do you recall when that was?
No.
Do you know what year it was?
2018.
Did you ever see your mom use that iPad?
No.
Did you ever see Taylor use that iPad?
No.
Did you ever see Wyatt use that iPad?
No.
Now, Tristan, did you know kind of a lot about your mom and dad's relationship?
Yeah.
Were you aware that approximately 5 years ago that your mother had an affair?
Yes.
And how did you become aware of that information?
I heard a conversation between my parents, and I heard my mom say that, yes, I had an affair.
And then several years later, a couple months before your mother's death, did you ever, well, let me say in about the summer to fall of 2018, before your mother's death, do you remember a time when you came home from school and your mom was really upset?
Yes.
Do you remember specifically when that was?
I can give you an estimate. It was probably August, late August.
You remember you were in school.
Yes.
And when you came home, what did you observe about your mother?
She was just kind of upset, and she just, I don't know, she was just upset.
And did she do anything with you? Did she hug you or kiss you?
Yeah.
And then that same day, did you go outside?
Yes.
And did you then have a conversation with your dad?
Yes.
Was anybody else, was it anybody besides you and your dad that day?
No.
And what, if anything, did your dad say to you during that conversation?
He just said that, mom was upset today, and we got in an argument, and it was just about what was going on, and she just kind of got upset about it.
Well, when you say what was going on, your dad actually told you that your mom was talking to another man.
Yes.
During that conversation.
Yes.
And Tristan, was there another time that you were also with your dad around this same time where he was talking to you about his relationship with your mother?
Yes.
And what were you and your dad doing at that time?
I don't remember.
Do you remember saying in your deposition that you were burning something, or that your dad might have been burning something?
Yes, yes.
Do you know what your dad was burning?
It's just trash.
And what did your dad say to you during that conversation?
He just said that, have you noticed anything with mom? Is she getting grumpy, or is she upset with you guys? Is she, is she like texting a lot?
So you talked about your mom and dad's relationship.
Yes.
Now, after this happened on November 10th, 2018, after you learned about your mom's passing, did you ever go out to the red shed yourself?
Yes.
And for what purpose did you go out there?
I just wanted to see what happened.
And how many times would you say you went out there?
2, 3 times.
Now, Tristan, you said earlier that you're staying currently with your grandma and grandpa in Ankeny.
Yes.
And that's your mom's mother and stepdad, right?
Yes.
Have you ever talked to them about the facts from this day?
No.
And did they tell you, or did anybody else in your mom's family tell you what to say today?
No.
And in fact, after you hired an attorney, your attorney told you not to talk to anybody about this other than when you're testifying.
Yes.
Tristan, at any point on November 10th, 2018, prior to you finding your mother, did you see Taylor and Wyatt outside?
No.
So you saw nobody else outside but you, your mom, and your dad?
Yes.
And Tristan, did you do anything to hurt your mom that day?
No.
You were never with your mom in the red shed until you actually found her.
Yes.
Can I just have a moment, Judge?
Yes.
I have nothing further at this time, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr.
Okay, so hold on, I just want to bring this up really quick. See if it'll pop up. Okay, so I wish I had the better one. I should have done that. I found Tristan's testimony, but didn't find the better photo of the barn. Okay, so this is the hog barn that they were working in, and then over here is the shed. Right here, this red barn / shed. So far, and I think it comes out more in cross and in probably maybe it's redirect, but where the 2 minute and something comes out. But right now he's saying that he was only away from his dad for about 1 minute and 40 seconds. So Todd would have had to have left the hog barn. So the office is inside the hog barn. So he would have had to have left the hog barn, come over to the red shed, killed her, gone back over here to this hog barn, because this is the one that they're working in that day. So, or Tristan's in the front, Todd would have had to have snuck out the back of the hog barn, come all the way around this way, gone in here, killed her, and then back. Well, we know that he says it's 2 drinks of water. And he's saying he has no idea, but he originally said it was about maybe 1 minute and 40 seconds. Because that's what she's like, did you have a watch? And he's like, no. But he knows it's 2 drinks of water. So, I mean, you give him 5 minutes for 2 drinks of water. But I think it ends up getting changed to like 2 minutes and something. I don't know why I remember that, but right, he says it's not accurate, but my whole thing is it's only a couple drinks of water. So it can't be it can't be too far off. I did not hear police recording. How different was the story from the Suns? What do you... The police recording. I don't know what you mean, Delina. How long they think? Okay, well, let me finish playing it. You're right. Let's finish playing it, and then we can dissect it. You're right. I'll let that go. I'll stop.
Firehelm, go ahead.
Your Honor, I know it's only...
Well, he gets out of the truck, and then he's also there when they do take her out of the truck. So he says he's losing his mind at that point. He's having like a major panic attack. So, I mean, we know from the 911 call that she's still in the truck, and when the officer gets there, they remove her from the truck. But she's on Tristan's lap, and then they like move Tristan out and then lay her on the seat. And he tells Tristan to like recline the seat.
11:35, but with some of the changes we've heard about during this testimony and the fact that we're split up from Mr. Sabers, I think I could do it much more efficient time-wise if I had a chance to review notes and talk to him and get these exhibits lined up.
You want to take a lunch break now?
I think it would be less confusing and more productive if we did that.
Okay, we can do that. Typically, we break for lunch around noon. It's 25 minutes to 12. So folks, we'll take our lunch break at this point in time. Remember the admonition I've given you before. Same rules apply. Keep an open mind and don't draw any conclusions. We'll take until about 12:45. We'll give you about an hour and 10 minutes for lunch. Report back to the jury room. Okay?
I have a structured settlement.
Is it JG Wentworth? Stupid ads. Showed a picture of a driveway where CPR was applied and then said all pictures were taken at the farm. I know. Okay, here we go.
Firehell, whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Tristan.
Good afternoon, Jake.
Tristan, Ms. Hughes asked you a few questions about the involvement that you had in the farming operation with your dad and mom and actually with your siblings. Had you reached a point where
let me pause it. Johnny, no. So they remove the rake, put her in the truck, and they start driving to the hospital. And the 911 operator tells him to pull over and that the paramedics and the ambulance will meet her there or meet them wherever they're pulled over, and starts walking him through doing CPR while they're waiting for the paramedics to get there.
you would be responsible enough to go out and do farm work with a tractor on your own?
Yes.
And did sometimes you do work for your Uncle Mike?
Yes.
She asked you about some activities that you did with your dad, and I'm not going to ask you to just repeat those, but typical things of hunting, fishing, that kind of thing. You mentioned homeschooling. Was that your dad's idea, your mom's idea, or both, or do you remember?
It was probably both.
And then I too, like Ms. Hughes did, I'm going to jump right to November 10th, okay?
Yep.
When you went over to the other place to do the chores there, was there any discussion or comments made by Todd about the possibility of doing some field work that day?
Yeah.
What was that?
He just said that he would have to hear back from my cousin, because he didn't know if the ground was frozen.
Has your cousin been doing some, what I call chisel plowing the day before?
Yeah.
Okay. And why was that not continued then again on that Saturday, if you know?
Because the ground was probably frozen.
Okay. So that trip involved just getting chores done only?
Yes.
Okay. You said you went back to the house, and if I understood your testimony correctly, your mom had already prepared a breakfast, but was now engaged in doing a puzzle?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what your brother and sister were doing?
Maybe watching a movie or something.
Okay.
You know.
How did the conversation or topic begin about going out to do work in one of the hog barns?
Well, we got the call from my cousin saying the ground was frozen about the time we walked in the door. And so we started eating, and Dad just said that, the ground's frozen. It's not going to be a good day. We don't want nothing getting broken on the plow. Why don't we just do this today?
And when he said, let's do this, you knew what you'd planned to do.
Well, he said, let's get the barns ready.
Okay. But you getting the barns ready, was that something you'd helped your dad with before?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you told Ms. Hughes that you guessed or estimate that you went out to the barns around 9:30.
Yes.
And if you recall, was this a situation where you or Todd, your dad, asked your mom to come along, or did she ask to come along? Did she want?
She asked to come along.
Okay. And this is a few days after she had had this medical procedure done.
Yes.
Had she been kind of taking it easy there in the house during those few days?
Yes.
Tristan, I'm going to ask Mr. Sabers to present to you Defendant's Exhibit J.
Yep.
You see it?
Yes.
Can you describe to the jury what Exhibit J represents or depicts?
I see the front of our hog barn.
Was that the barn you were working in on November 10th?
Yes.
And I'll ask you to look to the very right edge of that photograph. What do you see there partially?
The other barn, I see some bins and the door.
And there's a door higher up in the middle. What's that represent?
That is to the office of the barn.
What I'm asking you to look at is there in the middle, high off the ground, it looks like a door.
Oh, sorry. That is a chute door. So basically, when the semis back up, that is a door that the pigs walk through, and when you don't need it, there's a door that seals it.
Okay. So if you were going to load pigs into a truck, that's where they'd come out.
Yes.
Okay. And on the side of the building to the left of that service door,
Yeah.
there's a sign. It looks like it says Mullis Hogs.
Yes.
And there's a window also there.
Yes.
And is that into what you call the office?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, may I publish Exhibit J, or first I'd move to introduce Exhibit J and publish it to the jury.
Any objection to introducing J into evidence?
The already spoken about objections, Judge, that we will just maintain for all of these photos.
Okay, J is admitted into evidence. Go ahead, you can publish.
Can I say something about the exhibit?
Tristan,
Yes.
when you and your dad and then your mom joined you, when you went into the barn that we just saw in Exhibit J, would you have gone in that service door on the very right side there?
Yes.
I'd ask you to take a look at Exhibit I, please.
Okay.
Tell us what the photograph Exhibit I shows us.
The office of the barn.
So would I be correct that if you walked in that door of Exhibit J, that's where you would be?
Yes.
And that window that you pointed out in Exhibit J, when we're looking at I, that's that window to the right.
Yes.
And there's also a window to the left. Where would that, if I was looking through that window, what would I be seeing?
The entire barn, like the inside of the pins and stuff.
Here I would offer Exhibit I and ask permission to publish.
Other than the previous objections, any objection to I?
No, Your Honor.
I is admitted. Go ahead, you can publish.
Tristan, I'd like to have you take a look at Defendant's Exhibit AA.
Okay.
What is that showing us?
Kind of a layout of the driveway and the farm.
If you were to place the person taking that photograph, where would they be in relation to the barn that we just talked about?
They would be basically they would be on like just coming out of the door.
That service door we just talked about.
Yes.
And I understand that where the events we're talking about happened in November, so there wouldn't be that nice green trees, but is the red barn or shed that we've talked about, is that what shows there between the tree limbs?
Yes.
And that's where you found your mom?
Yes.
Defendant would offer defendant's exhibit AA and ask to publish.
AA is admitted. Go ahead, you can publish.
Tristan, when you and your dad got in the barn, what did you set out to do then?
We were gonna prepare the barn for the new baby pigs coming in.
And what specifically did you do?
There was these heaters that needed to be carried throughout the barn, and that's what I did.
And where were these heaters located?
They were in like a separate area. So when you walk out of the office and into the chute, there was a gate, and then there was the storage area where we kept the heaters in.
Okay. Tristan, I'm going to take an exhibit out of order and ask you to take a look at Q.
All right. Single or double?
Single.
All right.
What's that photo show us?
That's where the heaters would have been.
So you're telling us that that's where you'd go retrieve them and then take them out into the barn and put them by the respective pens?
Yes.
And this is not the office, but a separate area up there at the end of the barn?
Yes.
Your Honor, it offers.
It's at the same end of the barn, but it's just across the chute.
Okay. Offer exhibit Q, Your Honor, defendant's exhibit Q, and ask to publish.
Q is admitted. You may publish.
Tristan, while you were retrieving those heaters and taking them out to the pins, what was your dad doing?
He was taking down these bars that would imitate a sow, and so what that would do is give the pigs, basically it would wean them.
And where were these bars stored or located?
They were connected to a hose that would have been connected to a water line, but they were in the pen. Like, they never left the pen.
Were they down on the floor, on the fence?
They were on this. They were on the ceiling.
So your dad would have to remove them from the ceiling and put them down in place.
Yes.
And these, I think you told us in earlier conversations that you referred to them as nipple bars,
Yes.
meaning they were used to wean the little pigs off their mothers.
Yes.
Okay. And ask you to take a look at the exhibit labeled as triple R, RRR.
Okay.
What's that show us?
The office from a different perspective.
Right. Am I correct that that would be, if I was walking in that service door looking straight ahead, that's what I'd see?
Yes.
The window to your left would be looking towards the house,
Yes.
and the window to the right, as we talked about before, looks into the big main part of the hog barn.
Yes.
What's that door straight ahead lead to?
That would be to the chute, which would lead you into the actual barn, or where the heaters were.
Your Honor, offer triple R and ask to publish.
RRR is admitted. You may publish.
Tristan, please take a look at Exhibit X, defendant's Exhibit X.
It's farm stuff for you, Thomas.
Tell the jury, please, what that shows.
That shows the window looking into the hog barn.
And obviously, this was not taken the same day. There were no pigs in the barn on November 10th.
Yes.
And, well, strike that. Offer defendant's exhibit X and ask to publish.
X is admitted, and you may publish.
Tristan, I apologize for how long it takes to show these pictures to each juror, let them each look at it. But we had some equipment that was not available that would allow them to all look at it at the same time. So just so you understand.
Yeah, you're fine.
Just a few more here. Tristan, would you please look at exhibit T?
Okay.
Tell the jury, please, what that shows us.
That would be the office leading into the hog barn.
And am I correct, Tristan, that to the left, or excuse me, to the right, there's a blue barrel sitting on the floor? That would be in the office area.
Yes.
And that hallway is going down into the main part of the hog barn.
Yes.
Would I also be correct that if I was taking that photograph, I'd be standing pretty much where that chute goes out to load hogs?
Yeah, you'd be on the incline of the chute.
Your Honor, offer defendant's exhibit 10 and ask to publish.
Is it T, or excuse me, T? T is admitted, and you may publish.
Tristan, in earlier testimony, we talked about while you were doing your job of getting those heaters out, that there may have been times when you stopped to get a drink of water. Remember that?
Yes.
Is that still your testimony that you did get a drink of water at some point during these chores?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at defendant's exhibit O. Tell the jury what that shows us.
That shows the hose that you would drink out of.
And is that where you got a drink that day?
Yes.
Did you do it on more than one occasion?
Yes.
How many times do you think?
2.
And those hoses that we're looking at in exhibit O are in the office area.
Yes.
Right. Matter of fact, that blue barrel sitting there we talked about in the earlier exhibit, right?
Yes.
Offer defendant's exhibit O and ask to publish.
O is admitted, you may publish.
Tristan, look at exhibit N as in Nancy.
All right.
Please tell the jury what we're looking at.
You're looking at you're basically in the hog barn right now. You're in where the pens are and where the pigs and stuff.
And I call your attention to the ceiling of the barn. Are those the light fixtures that you talked about your mom cleaning that day?
Yes.
Okay. And describe how, if you would, the method and physically how she went about doing that.
Well, she had 2 buckets in her hand, and one had water, and one was to stand on. And what she did is she just took the bucket and, she stood on it, and it's a screw on, so you'd have to screw it off, and then she would put like 3 in the bucket with the soapy water, and then she would just take a rag or a scrub brush or something, and she'd wipe it down, clean all the stuff off, and then she'd let it, dry out a little bit, and then she'd take some paper napkins and just wipe the inside of it.
And Do you have any estimate at all of how many she finished that day before she quit doing that?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd offer defendant's exhibit N and ask to publish.
N is admitted, and you may publish.
Just a couple more, Tristan, and just so Mr. Sabers understand, I'm skipping a couple. Please look at defendant's exhibit QQ.
All right.
Please describe to the jury what we're looking at here.
You are in the back of the barn, and you'd be looking down the the space in between the two barns.
And those grain bins that we see almost in the center, those are up by that service door that goes into the office, right?
Yes.
Over by that tree to the left of the bins, that's where the red shed would be.
Yes.
Tristan, are there any doors on the sides of this long building?
No.
Is there a door at the very end?
Yes.
And that would be in the middle?
Yeah.
So from those earlier photos, if we walked down that walkway between the pins and just kept going straight, there'd be a service door way down there at the end of the barn.
Yes.
Okay. But that would be the only way to get out of the barn other than the service door up in the office.
Yes.
Offer exhibit QQ and ask to publish.
QQ is admitted, and you may publish.
Tristan, now that we've kind of given the layout and got the jury hopefully a mind's eye picture of the barns and how it's laid out, I think we left off really in asking you questions that you were carrying the heaters down, your mom was cleaning those light globes, and your dad was putting those nipple bars down. Is that pretty accurate?
Yes.
Ms. Hughes then asked you if at some point did a concern develop over your mom's physical condition?
Yes.
And tell us again, what was that concern, or what was your awareness of it?
That she was bleeding is what she told us, and that she was getting dizzy is what she told us.
And did you personally respond to your mom, or was it your dad?
I did. We both did.
And saying what?
I told her first. I think I remember saying, are you all right? Do you need help cleaning them? And then Dad kind of asked the same thing.
And how did your mom respond, if you remember?
She just said, no, I'm fine.
And continued on?
Yes.
And I don't know if this is fair or not, but do you have an estimate of how long she had been working at cleaning these globes before this observation or concern about her physical health occurred?
Probably about 30, 45 minutes, somewhere around there.
Okay. But after that initial concern and discussion, she continued to do more globes.
Yes.
Was there another indication or concern about her health?
Yes.
What did you see or hear that indicated that?
She kind of she got really shaky all of a sudden. She just she just said that, I'm getting dizzy, it's getting kind of bad. And, she just kind of was trying to focus or something.
Okay. And what did either you or your dad say to her in that regard?
I think I asked, are you, seriously, are you okay? Do you need to, are you okay, basically, is what I just said.
And how was she responding to those concerns?
She was kind of breathing kind of heavy, and she just said, I'm fine, I can do a few more, and then I'll go in the house.
Did your dad say anything to her about going to the house?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Well, she just said that she wanted to finish this barn up and then go in the house. Sorry about that. But then he said, why don't you just go in the house now and we can finish this up?
Did she finally concede and agree to go?
Yes.
Were you all three out in the barn doing these different duties when that discussion was taking place?
Yes.
And when she left to go, was it your understanding that she was going directly to the house?
No.
Okay, tell us about that. How did that come about?
Well, when she said that, she just wanted to finish this barn and then she'd go in the house, we were concerned about her and we just wanted her to be safe. And so we just said, you know what, if you can get the pet carrier for us, it'd be really helpful. We understand that you want to help out, but, we just don't want you getting hurt.
Okay. So if I understand this pet carrier thing is that there was a litter of kittens up in the shop.
Yes.
And had the mother been killed somehow, run over?
I think she got sick by poison or something.
Okay. And I believe you told us before that because of equipment going in and out of the shop, there was a concern about running over these kittens that were running loose in there.
Yes.
So when your mom left the hog barn, it was your understanding she was going to go to the shed to get that pet carrier.
Yes.
Did you watch her go?
Yes.
Where was she physically the last time you saw her?
She was just walking out of the barn I saw her through the window of the office, and that's probably the last time I saw her.
Okay. And did you then go back in the barn and continue with your other work there?
Yes.
And your dad was still in the barn?
Yes.
You said you got a drink of water or did it a couple times, right?
Yes.
And that would have been walking from the barn into that office area and getting a drink out of the hose.
Yes.
Did you, from the time that your mom left until the time you found her in the shed, did you leave the hog barn?
No.
Did you go anywhere else other than to get drinks?
No.
Okay. And because of the wall between the office and the hog barn area itself, you would not have been in your dad's sight and he not in yours while you were getting the drinks, right?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Hughes asked you if the time frame that you gave earlier when we talked to you was correct. And I think you said maybe a minute and 45 seconds all total, you would have been out in the office getting a drink.
Yes.
And apparently you're saying that amount of time is wrong.
Yes.
Do you have an estimate of time?
No.
None at all.
No.
Would your actions of leaving the barn and going out and getting the drink of water and returning to the barn, did you do any other activities other than turn the faucet on, take a drink, turn it off, and go back?
No.
Okay. I believe you estimated the amount of time after your mom had left the hog barn until you went to look for her was about an hour and a half?
Yeah.
Before you went to look for her, had you and or your dad looked out the window of the office to see if the pet carrier was up by the shop?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to take a look at Exhibit W.
Okay.
Tell the jury what W shows us.
It shows you looking out of that window that's in the office, and it's basically what you would see if you would look out of it.
And did you and your dad expect to see the pet carrier up there by the open door of the shop?
Yes.
That's what you thought your mom was going to take it.
Yes.
And off to the left, you can just barely see, it looks like the tail end of a pickup. Is that the garage on the house?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would offer Defendant's Exhibit W and ask to publish.
W is admitted and you may publish.
Tristan, next thing I want to jump to is after you and your dad left the farm with your mom in the pickup, you met the ambulances and the deputies, and I believe you indicated that you returned to the farm with Michael Krogman. Is that correct?
Yes.
Later on at the hospital, I believe it might have been Deputy Thompson, perhaps, that came and talked to you about kind of what happened, or tell me what happened.
Yes.
And then later on, you were questioned by a DCI agent. I think that was at school, right?
Yes.
And finally, at this interview center at, I believe, St. Luke's Hospital.
Yes.
And Ms. Hughes asked you if it was true that each time you said that you and your dad were never apart in the barn. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's what you told them.
Yes.
But today you're saying that there was some physical separation as you got those 2 drinks of water,
Yes.
but no other times. You didn't leave the building.
No.
And if your dad would have left the building, would he have had to come by you and through the office to get out?
Yes.
Unless he went out that back door and would have had to come up alongside that long building that was shown in one of the exhibits, right?
Yes.
After your mom left and before you went and found her, and the time that you would have spent with your dad, did you ever see him with torn clothes, blood on his hands, emotionally distraught or anything like that?
No.
And today, I'm going to jump around a little bit now. You said that you do recall now that at least once you've used your dad's iPad.
Yes.
And you remember, maybe you said in direct testimony what that was for?
Yes.
Do you remember what it?
No, probably I was looking something up for him or showing him something.
Okay. And then you were asked about your mom and dad's relationship and your awareness of some relationship that your mom had outside the marriage some years ago, right?
Yes.
And you said you were aware of that because you heard your parents talking about it.
Yes.
And that was a long time ago.
Yes.
But at least you were back in school in August of 2018. Your mom seemed upset about this topic again. Is that a fair way to say it?
Yes.
After your mom seemed upset, I think you described it as she gave you a hug and a kiss and that kind of thing. I believe you said you went outside and went with, eventually hooked up with your father, right?
Yes.
And that was where? In the shop?
Yes.
Right. Do you know what your dad was doing at the time?
Probably he was working on the planner because we had just gotten a new planner and it needed a lot of work, and I think he was working on that.
So if we found some receipts that a new planner was purchased in August 17th of 2018, does that kind of make sense?
Yes.
So that new planner was bought, but it needed things put on it, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Okay. So this situation involving your mom being upset is probably happening there around the end of August, 1st of September. That'd be fair? Okay.
Yes.
But also, she asked you some questions about, and I think this happened earlier in the summer, about burning trash and seeing your dad saying something or seeing something.
No,
Tell me, I misunderstood then.
I didn't understand the question correctly.
Okay. Well, I wrote down in my notes that that you and your dad may have been burning trash.
Yes.
And do you remember about when that would have happened?
Middle of July, late July, something like that.
Where would you go to burn trash?
It's kind of in between our place and the other hog barns. It was like an old, it's like, I don't know, it's on a road and there's like a hill that leads up to it, and it's just an old pasture-like area that was, abandoned, and we bought it when we bought the land, and it was not good for farming, so we just decided to burn trash there.
Okay. Was at that time, mid-July, thereabouts, was there any discussion or back and forth between your dad that would relate to his and your mom's relationship?
Yes.
What was it?
It was, we were talking about, was she acting weird? Was she, was she getting upset a lot? Was she doing, was she texting a lot? Was she doing, just stuff the way she was acting was kind of funny. So we just talked about it.
Did he specifically say, hey, I think your mom's having an affair?
No.
Okay. Just concerned about her, the way she was behaving.
Yes.
Okay. Later in the fall, we've heard testimony that your mom's grandmother passed away.
Yes.
And her uncle had a serious health issue, and I think he passed away, right?
No, he had we call it a brain bleed, but his brain something was wrong with his head, and he survived.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, I think somebody said he went on with life after he was hospitalized.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But did both of those things take your mom away from the home for substantial times?
Yes.
Okay. Did you and your brother and sister go with her each of those times?
No.
When she was gone and the three of you were home, I assume your dad was kind of in charge.
Yes.
And this would have been, I think, in September, maybe gone into October.
Yeah.
Okay. What's going on the farm during those months?
September, I think that last year we were butchering chickens because we raised meat birds, and around the time that my great-grandmother, her grandma died, we were butchering chickens, I think, at that time. And around the time of her uncle's incident, I don't think we were doing much because it was raining and we couldn't get in the field.
So other than bad weather, you would have been in the field.
I don't know. I don't think so, but
All right. When mom was away and you and your brother and sister were at home, obviously you were old enough, you didn't need a babysitter, right?
No.
Did you consider either your brother or sister needing someone to watch them? In other words, they just couldn't be left on their own all day long.
No, they could be left on their own all day long.
Okay.
I mean, Taylor knew how to cook. She knew how to cook, and they could keep themselves entertained.
Okay. Did they ever, to your knowledge, go out and like ride in the combine with your dad when he was harvesting?
Yes.
Other than the time when you were burning trash, did your dad ever have any other conversations with you about where he expressed concern about how your mom was acting, her personality or anything like that?
Yes.
And when would that have been?
That was when in August when she was upset that one day.
Okay. Any other times you can recall?
No.
Okay. Just hang on just a second, Tristan.
All right.
Thank you, Tristan. That's all the questions I have. Ms. Hughes may have some more.
Go ahead, counsel.
Tristan, can you do me a favor and look at W again? I think it's one of the ones that Jake had you look at.
Yes.
When you're looking at Defendant's Exhibit W, that's the window that you described.
Yes.
And you're looking in it, you can see out that window and it's a red, it looks like a red barn.
It's a red and white barn.
And what do you call that red and white barn?
The shop is what we call it.
That's not the actual red shed or old barn that you found your mom in.
No.
Because from that window, you can't see the red shed where you found your mom's body.
Not from that angle.
And can you also please look at AA?
Give me a second here. Okay.
And that is actually an AA. That is the red shed that you found your mom in.
Yes.
And when the defense attorney asked you where somebody would have been taking this picture from, you indicated they would have stepped out of the hog barn and that's when they would have taken it.
Yes.
So this angle is not from inside the office or the hog barn where you were doing that work.
No.
Thank you. Now, Tristan, the defense attorney also asked you about using that iPad of your dad's, and you indicated that there was a time now that you remember you might have searched something or looked something up.
Yes.
As you sit here today, do you remember exactly what you looked up?
No.
Did you look up on that iPad killing unfaithful women?
No.
Did you look up what happened to cheating spouses in historic Aztec tribes?
No.
Did you ever visit a site which indicated the punishment for killing a cheating wife?
No.
Did you ever look up, did ancient cultures kill adulterers?
No.
And did you ever look up the characteristics of a cheating woman?
No.
Now, Tristan, just so that we're clear, because I know that there was a ton of questions about the different statements that you've given. When you first talked to police in this case, both the day that this happened and at school, you indicated that you were with your dad the entire time after your mom left the hog barn.
Yes.
In your deposition last week, you changed that story or that testimony or that information and indicated that there was a period of time you were away from dad.
Yes.
And initially in that deposition, you initially said it was probably 30 seconds a couple times.
Yes.
Then in that same deposition, you went on and continued to explain that, well, maybe it was more time, probably combined, it was an hour and 40 seconds.
A minute and 45 seconds.
I'm sorry, a minute and 40 seconds. I apologize. That's what then you said towards the end of the deposition.
Yes.
Now, did you meet with your attorney right after that deposition?
Yes.
And that's when you indicated to your attorney that you would like that information regarding the timing was inaccurate.
Yes.
And do you know, did you ask your attorney to tell myself and the defense attorney that?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, do you know how much time you were away from your dad in that hour and a half in the hog barn?
No.
As you indicated earlier, were you wearing a watch?
No.
Were you paying attention to the time?
No.
Tristan, was this entire day a traumatic day for you?
Yes.
You obviously found your mom when she was unresponsive.
Yes.
You then got into the truck and your dad placed your mom's body on top of yours.
Yes.
And in fact, you had your mom's blood all over you after she was taken out of the car.
Yes.
Tristan, do you want to be here testifying today?
No.
Did you want to testify in the deposition?
No.
Is this a very difficult thing for you to talk about?
Yes.
Tristan, before this happened, you and your dad were really close, correct?
Yes.
You spent a lot of time together.
Yes.
And after this happened, you spent a lot of time with your dad.
Yes.
And you don't want anything bad to happen to your dad.
No.
I just have a few more questions, Tristan. Your dad is the one that told your mom to get the pet carrier and put it by the shop, correct?
He didn't specifically tell her to. He asked her if he would.
I'm sorry, he asked her if she would do that.
Yes.
And your dad, after the hour and a half was up, he didn't ask you to go in the house to check for your mom.
No.
He asked you to go to the red shed to check on your mom.
He asked to go check on her because, like, maybe we thought that she was still struggling to get the pet cage, or maybe she just went in the house. So we didn't really know where she was. He just said, go check on mom.
But he told you to go to the red shed.
Yes.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Fireman, anything else for this witness?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Tristan, I understand that in the deposition, you made an estimate of time of 1 minute and 45 seconds, right?
Yes.
Today, you told me that you were out of sight of your father for 2 times,
Yes.
getting drinks.
Yes.
And you're saying you don't want to, or you don't think you can estimate how long you would have taken to get a drink.
Yes.
But you didn't fill pails with water, or you didn't wash down the office. You just got a drink.
Yes.
Okay. And the business about going to check on your mom, did that conversation begin when you looked out the window and the pet carrier wasn't up by the shop where you expected it to be?
Yes.
So when you went to look for her, as you just said here a few seconds ago, one of the places you could go look is where the pet carrier was, right?
Yes.
And unfortunately, that's where you found her.
Yes.
That's all I have, Your Honor. Thanks.
Okay. Okay.
Judge, I would just ask that this witness be excused.
Yes. Tristan, we are all finished with our questions for you, and we're going to disconnect, and you are excused, okay? Thank you.
All right. Well, we got the whole thing. So my memory, I was pretty impressed with my memory there on the whole 2 water thing, 2 going to get water twice and all of that. But I'm happy that we were able to actually get the rest of his testimony, because I think it's one of the most important testimonies of the entire trial. There's a couple things I want to talk about, though. So one, he says that his dad told him just to go and get the pet carrier. And then he also says that his dad told him to check on his mom. So I would be very curious about that, because like I said that yesterday, the state is really trying to push it. Like she even says it, like the prosecutor's even like, your dad told your mom to go get the pet carrier. And Tristan, smart kid, he's like, no, he didn't tell her to go get it. He just asked her to get it. Like, essentially, she wanted to be helpful. And he was like, you can't be doing what you're doing. So if you want to be helpful, like, why don't you just go get the pet carrier for us? That would be great. Like, we could really use that. But she like wanted it to be like where he like set her up. Like, he was like, go to the red shed. And then he takes off for the 1 minute and 45 seconds. He goes over there, kills her, and gets back before Tristan even knows that he was missing. And then he purposely is like, go to the red shed and find your mom. Go find your mom in the red shed. I just think it's silly. I mean, all around, he says, like, I wasn't even really out. He wasn't even out of the picture. Like, they were still in the same vicinity. Like, he would have had to have known that his dad, like, took off. Hi, Chelsea. Talk about the Google searches. We can talk about the Google searches a little bit, but we have a whole other testimony that they're actually going to go into the Google searches. But it's some weird stuff. But there's, did they bring that one up yet about DNA testing, about paternity? Because I thought that was an interesting one about paternity. Like, one of the kids was questioning whether, like, Todd was actually their dad. But they say that this iPad, this this particular iPad is one that he would keep with him when he would go out like on the tractor and whatever. I don't know, because it's connected to his account. But like if you go and if like my son is on the iPad, if my tiny human is on the iPad, it's connected to my account. So that doesn't mean that I did the whatever he searched for. I mean, I could give two shits about Squid Games, and that kid loves Squid Games. I'm not looking up anything to do with the thing. You know what I mean? So it's like somebody would go and pull that and be like, dang, Teresa's like really into Squid Games because it's under her account. I don't know. But there is I don't remember how, was it like, it was like how to deal with a cheating spouse like in ancient times. I don't remember exactly what it was right now, but it was, I was like, dang. Like we should do those Google searches and see what they come up with. Yeah, he literally got a drink from a hose 2 times. So you'd have to, so even combining those 2 times, he estimated 1 minute and 45 seconds. And then his attorney was like, if you don't know the time, tell them you don't know the time. Like if you don't know how long you were getting a drink of water, don't tell them how long you were getting a drink of water. And he was like, oh, okay. So he calls him. He's like, I don't know how long I was getting a drink of water. That would not surprise me at all, because I do think she was definitely setting up for this divorce that she wanted. Okay, so our next witness is, so nobody ever wants to look at my, yeah, it was Aztec. That's what it was. It was like, how do they deal with cheating spouses and Aztecs? Spoiler. I don't even know if it was really that she was scared. I think it's like, I don't know how, if you're cheating spouse, like, oh shit, like if my husband, like even when I go, if I go like shopping with my daughter and I spend like more than I'm supposed to, I'm like, shit, Mike's gonna kill me. You know what I mean? Like, so I can imagine if you're like, you're cheating on your spouse, you'd be like, if he finds out about this, he's gonna fucking kill me. But then when you end up dead, all of this comes back. So this is like, watch what you say, I guess. Watch what you say. We don't actually know who did the searches. We don't know. It could have been one of the kids, could have been her, could have been Todd. I mean, unless one of those searches comes back that lure her to a barn and stab her with a pitchfork or with a corn rake, what does it matter? Yeah, that's what I'm like. He could have done the searches. That's every wife's story. Yeah. The defense did do good with the layout and how he couldn't have left without Tristan seeing him gone. I think that was probably the best the defense attorney's done so far. Okay, so the next witness is Terry Stanner. I think we're back on track with where we should be now, though.
Go ahead and have a seat. State your name and spell it for the record, please.
My name is Terry Stanner. It's Terri. Last name is
We're going to keep doing trials. I got to get a new desk chair because this thing is killing my
Go ahead,
back.
counsel.
Thank you. Ma'am, could you please tell us how old you are?
56.
And what area do you currently live in?
I live near Irville.
What area did you grow up in?
I grew up over by Marshalltown.
Did you graduate from high school?
Yes,
Where did you graduate from?
Gladbrook.
And did you receive any additional schooling after that?
I went for a year for dental assistant,
Lacey,
and I
really
did that
did.
for a few years until
This
I had
thing is-
children. And then
I broke it
later
like
on,
a
I
month
went
and a
back
half
to
ago, and so like the
EMT
back,
and
It's
paramedic.
just terrible.
And what is your current occupation?
I am a critical care flight paramedic for a air ambulance service. I also work PRN at the hospital in Marshalltown as a paramedic, and I do their emergency preparedness coordination.
Did you know Amy Mullis?
Yes.
How did you know Amy?
I met Amy in approximately 2006 when she started working at Manchester Hospital, and we met there.
And in what capacity was Amy working at Manchester Hospital?
Amy was a nurse.
What was the nature of your relationship when you first met Amy?
When I first met Amy, I was working as a EMT unit secretary.
And would it be fair to say you became friends?
We became very good friends.
And when you say, what kind of things would you do together?
We did a lot together. We went out for lunch a lot. We, at one point, rented a houseboat for a week with several friends, and Amy was along, and we're up there and spent time together as friends and just socialized.
Is there anything that you and Amy would do on a regular basis or semi-regular basis?
We were golf partners for a couple of years, and we did golf a lot together. We did a lot of lunches together.
What kind of things did Amy like to do?
Amy liked to golf. Amy, she was a great nurse. She liked to take care of people. She enjoyed farming. She liked to hunt and fish. And I think probably the thing she liked most was being a mom.
And why do you say that?
Because her kids came first. You know, if I wanted to do something or had something planned, and if there was something going on with their children, that came first. She loved coaching their ball games. She loved being a mom.
Now, sometime after you met Amy, did you leave Regional Medical Center in Manchester?
I did. I left within that first year, and we did remain very close friends after that.
Where were you working then when you left there?
I went down to Iowa City for about 6 months on a transport service with fixed wing air. And then I went to St. Luke's in their ER and then on their flight team.
And then at some point, did you start working again at Manchester Hospital?
I didn't start that again until probably 3 years ago. Amy and I were both on the Irville volunteer ambulance together. So we spent a lot of time with the fire department, doing things with the fire department, fundraisers and things like that.
Do you know how long Amy worked at Manchester Hospital?
Amy worked there until, I'm thinking, approximately 5 or 6 years ago.
And do you know why she left?
She left because it was kind of a deal she made with her husband after she had her first affair, that she needed to be home and not be in that environment with a lot of other.
Any hearsay?
Now, let me just go back 1 second. You said something about you doing some work with the fire department with Amy as well.
Right.
And what did Amy do with regards to the fire department?
She was nurse exempt, so we were on the ambulance together. We really didn't do anything on the fire side. It was just the EMS side.
So what are some of the things or duties that you have when you would be working in that capacity?
We carry pagers, and if there's a call, if you're available, you go and respond to the call.
Now, throughout your friendship with Amy, let me go back. Do you know Todd Mullis?
Yes.
How did you meet Todd?
I met Todd through Amy.
And what was your relationship?
He didn't have a temper. Why she kept telling people he's going to kill me? I don't know. My husband doesn't have a temper, but I was trying to give you examples of why I'd say that. Like, if I was spending too much money on my daughter when we're shopping, I'd be like, damn, your dad's going to kill me. I don't really think he's going to kill me, but Jennifer, you write crime fiction. I don't want anyone looking at my search. I want to read it. I want to read what you got. You know, we got a little book club going. Like, what you got for us? I want to read some crime fiction. So I don't know, and nobody's testified that he really has like a temper. Like, nobody testifies that he's ever like hurt her. Nobody testifies that he's ever hurt the kids. Like, I don't know. I don't know. It's kind of just a saying too. Does it mean that he doesn't have a temper? No, but I'm just saying, like, if I cheat on my husband and I'm talking to my friends about it, I'm going to be like, Shit, he's gonna kill me. I did. Sleuthy, you're right. I did say that to you, like, I think it was like last week. No, he's definitely not actually going to kill me. He'd probably be afraid. We don't know. We don't know that he told her that. That's why the defense should have objected. Amy's just out in the world telling people all kinds of stuff. We don't know that he actually even told her that. Maybe the therapist told her that. Maybe she wanted to do that. Terry said that. I know. Terry's just some person at work that fucking Amy's talking to. She probably also told Terry he's gonna kill me. I'm not gonna I'm trying my best not to do any spoilers, but there's some bullshit that happens with this friend of hers too. So I'm just gonna say that. I think it's this one. I think this is the one that testifies, but I'll say it later. Look at Terry's hair. She looks honest. She looks like a Karen. Ask Thomas. Okay. Based on other comments he made, if he said the kid made the searches, see, the police would look at the Google searches in your house and he'd get cooked. Well, shit, yeah. And if they went and started talking to my friends, and then they talked to the goose, and the goose is like, she said if he found out about XYZ, he was gonna kill her. Because okay. I'm almost positive it's this friend. If it's not this friend, that I can only think of one other one that would be, but I'm almost positive it's her. And I'll tell you guys about it once she says it.
My relationship was fine with Todd. I didn't see Todd a lot because Todd didn't do a lot of social things. I did see him occasionally, and I think our relationship was fine.
When you would see Todd, where would you generally see him?
He came to a few of the fire department functions, and if I would stop at their house, sometimes I stopped there to get eggs or drop off something with the kids or do corn or something like that, and I would see Todd there.
Would it be fair to say that you were also friendly with Todd?
Yes.
And did Todd work a lot on the farm?
Todd worked all the time. He was very, very passionate about farming.
Now, at some point in your friendship with Amy, did she start confiding in you about her relationship?
Her relationship with
Todd.
With Todd, yes.
And you already said something about this, but approximately 5 years ago, did Amy tell you any information that related to her relationship with Todd?
Yes.
And what did Amy tell you?
Hearsay.
I distinctly remember we were golfing, and she told me that she had begun an affair with someone that would come up to the hospital quite often.
Now,
they refused to name the person she had an affair with. I think that is very interesting when we know that it was a deputy with the sheriff's department. They will not say it. Someone who used to come up to the hospital frequently. Say his name. Say my name, say my name.
After you learned that information, did you have any role with regards to Amy and Todd's relationship?
I did.
And what was your role?
I spent a lot of time talking with both of them, with Amy and with Todd, as far as what they were going to decide to do. I talked to one of our social workers at our hospital for advice for good counseling for them to go to if they wanted to make their marriage work. And so they did start going to counseling in Cedar Rapids. I feel like I had a very good finger on that pulse of how things were going between the two of them. And
how was it that you even became involved in that?
I think, if I remember correctly, it was Todd reaching out to me.
And how would you communicate with Todd?
Mostly through text.
At times throughout the years, would you sometimes also have conversations or phone conversations with
Yes.
him? And how would you communicate with Amy?
Amy, I saw quite often.
Would you and Amy also at times communicate by text messages and
Yes.
phone? Now, what, if any, observations did you make about their relationship after you talked to them about it and they were in counseling?
I thought, maybe things would be able to work out for them. It took Todd a very long time. I don't think he ever really trusted Amy again. That was very hard for her. A lot of times when we were together, she would, say, how long do I have to pay for this mistake? It was very regulated who she could do things with. I was on, it was kind of a joke, the approved friend list that could actually do things with Amy. She was timed when she left home and when she got back. And it was very carefully watched, her activities outside of the farm.
You indicated that you talked to Todd quite a bit as well about this affair 5
Yes.
years ago. What observations or what did you observe Todd's behavior to be like after finding out about that affair?
He was concerned a lot about the sexual part of it, like if this other person, what she was getting from that person, if there were things were better with him or not. He was very focused on this other gentleman and his family. After they started going through counseling, I kind of thought things would maybe settle down a little bit. And then Amy told me that Todd felt like the other gentleman wasn't punished enough. So he called his wife when she was at work, and she's a nurse in a care center, and told her about the affair when she was at work.
Now, I'd like to direct your attention back to the summer and fall of 2018. During that time, were you also still communicating with Amy and Todd in different ways?
Yes.
And around that time, do you remember having I believe a conversation with Todd where he asked you some questions about Amy?
Yes.
And what was what form of communication was that?
I honestly do not remember if it was a phone conversation or a text message conversation.
But do you remember the information that Todd relayed to you?
Yes.
And what was that information?
He asked me, he said, hey, I noticed Amy's been acting strange again. She's been kind of going off into the bedroom and, spending a lot of time in there alone with her phone. She's kind of showing some of the same behaviors that she had before. And he said, so I looked at our phone bill and I saw just in one day, there were 128 text messages to the same gentleman. And he asked me, do you think this is strange behavior? And I said, yes, I do. I do feel like that is.
There's 120 text messages to another dude. Do you find that odd? I wonder. I find that odd. Especially with a history of cheating. I don't know. That's weird. If my husband had 120 text messages with some chick, he might want to go tell his friends that she's going to kill me, because I think that's pretty logical at that point. Yeah, she's friends with Todd and Amy, but let's be real. The sister-in-law tried that shit too. That she's having an affair. These people know she's having an affair, and they don't tell Todd. So tell me who these people are friends with. You know what I mean?
Strange behavior, and that he needed to talk to her and ask her, what the behaviors were and what was going on.
Now, Terry, you indicated that part of that message was asking you if you thought Amy was doing things like before.
Yes.
What did you take that to mean?
Having an affair.
At that point, were you aware of whether or not Amy was having an affair? At that point, had Amy told you about an affair?
No.
Shortly after that, did you have a conversation with Amy?
Yes.
And do you remember if that was in person or by way of phone?
It started as a text. She sent me a text message and she said, I'm in trouble and I need to talk.
It was to Jerry.
Something along that line.
And once you got that message, do you know if you saw her in person or if it was a phone conversation?
It was within a couple days she came over in person.
And was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
During that conversation, what did Amy indicate to you?
She told me that she had started seeing their field guy that had come to their farm quite often. I didn't exactly understand what his job was or what his role was, and that Todd was very suspicious, had called this gentleman's wife and had confronted him, also asking if there was something going on between the two of them due to the volume of text messages. And she did tell me that she was having an affair with him at that time.
At that time, did Amy indicate to you any intentions about whether or not she was going to stay with Todd or leave Todd?
No, she indicated that she didn't know what was going to happen with this relationship. She said at first it started out as very sexual. He made it very clear that that's all it was about, was just having sex. And then she said, but as they progressed, they became close and it became more than just a sexual relationship.
Did you continue to meet with Amy for lunch or in
Yes.
other ways at this time?
I did.
Did you have any?
Did you tell Todd that you knew that she was cheating on him? Oh, it's so frustrating. Hold on. Where was it at? Where was this at? There was a question in here. I missed it. I don't know what it was.
Additional conversations with Amy about this affair and her relationship with Todd?
Yes.
And what do you remember in relation to that initial conversation about the affair when these the next conversation took place?
She was, at this time, she was telling me, I'm still not sure what I want to do. You know, maybe I should just stick it out. Maybe I should, you know, be with my family. She didn't know if, where she said this Jerry was in the same boat she was. You know, he had family, he had children at home. And so she still didn't have that relationship kind of figured out.
She was 39 years old when she died, approximately. Right there. She wasn't quite 40 yet. She was I think she was 38. Well, she might have been 39, but I think it was 38. And Indiana girl, it was your question. And yes, so the 120 messages are to Jerry, the new affair, the one she's having when she dies. That's the one that she's now confessing to Terry about, is Jerry. And then Legal Lacey, we do hear from Jerry. He takes the stand. We do not hear from Keith, the deputy that she had an affair with 5 years prior. It was current. It was ongoing. It was happening right then. It was happening during this time, which is why people speculated that her procedure she had wasn't about a medical condition. It was about something else. Yeah, they say that, Streets. I don't know if I agree. As somebody who's now past the 38 to 40, I don't know if I agree.
Go ahead,
sorry.
Possibly, Lacey. That's
when she very first told me, the very first day that she was having an affair, I was so angry at her because I told her, Amy, you're putting yourself in a really dangerous situation. And I said at that time, he is going to kill you.
And why did you say that?
Because Todd is just the person you don't mess with.
Now, during the same time that you're having these conversations with Amy, are you at times also communicating with Todd?
Yes.
Little follow-up here. So what do you mean? What gave you that impression? What has Todd done in the past? You're just like, you just don't mess with this guy. You don't mess with him because You didn't die after the first time you had an affair. So this time he's going to kill you because you just don't mess with him. So what, 5 years ago, it was okay to mess with him. He wouldn't kill you then, but now he will. But that doesn't make any sense. You make comments like that for nothing. He didn't kill her. She had an affair and she didn't die. So that just is, that's silly to me.
And what, if anything, is Todd saying to you in these conversations?
Todd was saying that Amy at home was very moody. She was crying a lot. She was being mean to the children. He was saying that she seemed depressed. She's upset. But at the same time, he's saying this, when I was with Amy, I did not see that behavior from her. I did not see her upset and crying, and the only thing she was having a difficult time with is she felt like if she chose to continue this relationship, she would lose her son, Tristan.
And did she indicate to you why she felt that?
She said that the past few months that Tristan and Todd had become very close. Prior to that, Amy and Tristan were actually a very close mother-son. Tristan would come golfing with us. You know, he'd call me Terror Bear, and he spent a lot of time with Mom. He is very soft-hearted, very kind kid. She had told me, you know, all of a sudden Todd is starting to be Mr. Super Dad, which wasn't the case before because he's so involved with the farm. He didn't take time out to go to their activities. And now he was doing things with the children, like taking them on picnics or down to their pond or fishing, which had never happened before. She said that
Also, he's trying to be a better dad.
he and Tristan were spending a lot of time together.
Such a bad guy.
Tristan was missing a lot of school because Todd was pulling him out to work on the farm. She was upset that Tristan stopped participating in band because his dad told him that that was for pussies.
Right, exactly.
She said Tristan started like emulating his dad, the way he walked, the way he talked. Didn't want to wear underwear because his dad didn't wear underwear. I mean, he just started mimicking his dad, and he and his dad became very, very close in those few months.
Now, Terry, at the same time, did you have additional conversations with the defendant, Todd, where he was asking you if you thought that Amy was having an affair?
Yes.
And at that point, you actually knew Amy was having an affair.
I did.
What was your response to Todd when he would ask you that?
My response to Todd, I kind of sidestepped the questions because I felt like Todd and I have always had pretty straight up with each other. And I felt like I was being put in a position where I had to lie to him, which I didn't want to do because, number one, I wasn't comfortable lying with him. And but on the other hand, I felt like I needed to protect Amy because she felt like she needed time to decide what she was going to do.
And what do you remember what kind of responses you would give Todd when he would ask you if you thought Amy was having an affair?
I lied.
I would tell him, Todd, you need to talk to Amy. You just need to talk to Amy. Maybe you guys need to go back to counseling. You guys need to spend time together. I said, Amy likes to be out. She can't be trapped on the farm all the time. She's social. She wants to go out. She wants to look pretty. She wants to do things, and you need to do these things with her. I told him we were going on vacation in March. I said, you guys should join us so that you guys have time together. And I said,
why in the world is she telling him how to be, like, he needs to be a better husband and go places with his wife and all of these things? His wife is cheating on him. Why isn't she saying, Todd, get a divorce? You don't trust your wife. Instead, she's like, you're not a good enough husband. You need to do this, that, and the other and be a better husband. Like, she doesn't want to be trapped on the farm. The bitch ain't trapped. She's got time to go have a fucking affair. Multiple. What? Like, what the what? And then she's using, I don't know if you guys have caught on to that yet, but grandma's in the hospital, and then uncle's in the hospital, and got to spend time with mom because she's losing her brother and she's losing her mom. All of that time that she's quote unquote doing all of this, she's having an affair. She's using the hospital stay of her relatives to go and sleep with another man. And this bitch is here telling Todd that he needs to be a better husband instead of telling Amy she needs to keep her fucking pants on. Ugh, I can't stand it. Like, she's gaslighting the shit out of Todd. That you're not a good enough husband, so if you think she's cheating on you, maybe you need to fix what's wrong with you. No. Fuck that.
To spend time with her and your family.
Now, at some point at the end of August, do you remember going to a conference for work?
Yes.
And did you hear something, or did something come to your attention during that conference at work?
So I went to a trauma conference and with other people that worked at Regional Medical Center. At that time, we were going to supper, and it was mentioned that Amy was being naughty again.
And what did you take that to mean?
That they knew she was having an affair. And I asked, where did you hear this? And the person that said it told me he heard it from his brother-in-law, who was very good friends with Todd too. And so I knew it was out in the community.
When you heard that there were rumors going about Amy's affair, did you have any concerns?
That's true.
Yes.
That's very evil.
Why?
It's true.
The next day when we were going home, my husband told me, you need to let Amy know. And I said, yes, I understand.
All these people know that Amy is fucking another person and nobody tells Todd. Wow. Now her husband, Terry's husband, knows that Amy's cheating. And the husband's even like, you need to tell Amy. You need to tell Amy that people know that she's having an affair. Why isn't anybody like, somebody needs to fucking tell Todd? I don't get it, dude. That's crazy to me. Even her own husband, you need to tell Amy. People are talking about it.
Amy to know that Todd's going to hear this and that she needs to talk to Todd with Randy, her stepdad there, and tell him the truth and what's going on before he hears it from someone else.
Did you have a conversation with Amy about that information?
Yes, I did.
And do you remember if that was in person or phone?
I sent her a text and I said, I need to talk to you. And she goes, okay. She brought over I got eggs from her all the time. She brought over some eggs and I said, and it may have been some text and some talking to her in person. I told her it was out and that who had told me what was said, and she was very, very, very upset.
And during that conversation, was anyone else present?
No.
Did that conversation take place at your home?
Yes.
And what, you indicated a second ago that you said, what did you say to her about who, what else did you say to her? I guess I'll ask.
I told her it was out, what was said, and she kept focusing on who said it, who said it, who said it. And I'm like, Amy, that doesn't matter who said it. What matters is that it's out in the community. It's a small community. Todd's going to hear it from someone else. You know, you need to tell him. And she kept focusing on who said it, who said it, who said it. So I told her who had said it. And she said, I'm going to tell Todd that there's rumors out there to stop this. So if he hears it, he'll think it's just the rumor mill going around.
And what was your response when Amy told you that?
I told her she needed to be honest with him and tell him. And I told her she needed to take Randy with her,
Who is Randy?
her stepdad.
And why did you indicate to her that you thought that Randy should go with her?
Because I felt like she would be safe if Randy went with her.
And what was Amy's?
Because all the times that she wasn't safe, like this is where, like, if you're gonna get here, you got to tell me why how did you get here? How did you get to that she's not going to be safe and that Randy needs to go with her? This isn't new. She's already done it, and he didn't do anything to her.
Relationship like with Randy?
They have a very, very good relationship.
During your conversation with Amy, did she indicate to you that she was fearful of Todd?
She never came out and said she was fearful of Todd. She was more fearful of what was going on between Todd and Tristan.
Did you ever have a conversation with Amy where she told you if she came up missing what to do?
Yes.
And do you remember when that conversation was?
That conversation happened after Todd and I had kind of stopped texting or talking because I was very short with my responses to him. He said, Amy had gone to the state fair. I knew she was going to be with her friend there.
When you say her friend, is that the person she was having the affair with?
Yes.
Yep. She's
Go
so
ahead.
busy. Now.
I encouraged Todd to go and to maybe surprise Amy and show up there so that.
Just so we're clear. So, Amy was planning on going to the state fair.
Yes.
And were you aware that she was going to be meeting the man she was having the affair with?
She said they were meeting and they were staying in a hotel together.
At that same time, were you still texting and speaking with Todd at times about their
Yes.
relationship?
Yes.
Just have to wait till I ask the question because the court
Okay,
is
sorry.
taking everything down. And you just indicated a moment ago that you at some point encouraged Todd to go to the state fair.
I did.
Why did you do that?
Because I wanted him to find them together when it would be safer for her.
And what do you mean by that?
I felt like if it was in a hotel with a lot of people, that maybe things would not escalate.
This is so ridiculous.
Now, as you indicated, you were still
Objection.
at this time when your conversations are going on with Amy, you're still having some text conversations with Todd.
Yes.
And what other types of conversations or text conversations are you having with Todd?
Mostly with Todd by then was just, you guys need to talk. You guys need to talk. And then I can't remember what my last text was to him, but I remember his last text was, maybe everybody's lying to me about this. And then I never got another text from Todd.
Yeah, there you go, Todd. You figured it out.
Now,
Yes,
a minute ago, you
go
said, we started talking about a conversation that you said happened after you encouraged Todd to go to the state fair with Amy.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And where did that conversation take place?
At my home.
And was anybody else present for that conversation?
No.
So what was the context of that conversation with Amy?
That conversation occurred. Amy had been with her family. Her uncle had a head bleed. Her mom was trying to help take care of him. Amy went down for several days because he kept trying to get out of bed. He would fall. So Amy went down to spend nights there so that her mom could go home and rest. She had come home and went to Todd's mother's house to get Wyatt. And his mother did not want to let Wyatt go with her.
And would that have been sometime in October 2018. And did that conversation, was that text message or was it in person or both?
She sent me a text and she said, "Can you talk?" And I said, "Give me a couple minutes." And then I called her and she was crying. She was upset. I couldn't hardly understand her. I said, "Amy, what's going on?" She said that she went to get Wyatt. Elaine said, "He's not going with you because everybody knows you're crazy Amy. Everybody in the neighborhood is calling you crazy Amy. You're crazy Amy. You're not taking this kid because you're crazy Amy." And Amy's like, "What are you talking about?" And she said, it's harvest, it's a busy time for this family. You shouldn't have been gone. You should have been home and taking care of your children and your family." And Amy goes, "I needed to be with my uncle. I needed to help my family." And he kept falling out of bed. And Elaine said, "Well, they just tie those people to the bed and that's what they should do to him. And you could have been home with your family."
Hearsay?
So Amy was very upset. She had texted Todd. Excuse me, she did not text Todd. She got a text from Todd that said, "Do not go with your mother. She's crazy." It was a text intended for Tristan that went to Amy.
Terry, when you say Elaine, is Elaine Todd's mother?
Yes.
Now, during any of your conversations with Amy, did she ever tell you about an area to look for her if she was ever missing?
Yes, it was the same day after we had the conversation on the phone. She came to my home. She was crying. She was red-faced. She had mascara running down her face. She was very upset. She said she needed to talk to Todd. She didn't understand why he would say that to Tristan. And she said, "Terry," or she called me Tara. She said, "Terry."
Okay, so, this lady, I swear, she grates my nerves. So if you guys remember back to yesterday, I know it was a long time ago, but remember her brother and her sister-in-law both testified. They testify about what Amy told them about this conversation with her mother-in-law, Elaine. And none of it was crazy Amy, you're crazy Amy. None of it was that. They never said anything along those lines. It was all about the fact that she was not helping take care of her kids. And how Todd was having to do all of the work on the farm and take care of the kids. And she was just off doing whatever. So this whole, I had to take care of my uncle thing, I'm going to bring it back. We just got done with the conversation that she's going to the fair and staying at a hotel with her boyfriend. So Elaine is like, my son is over here doing all of this while you're out gallivanting around. And here's Terry like, "Oh, Tare, Amy called me Tare. I remember the conversation." Remember this. Remember this. She can recall these conversations almost word for word. She called me Tare. She called me Tare. Just keep that in mind. I call my son Jer Bear. But Todd was so controlling.
If I ever come up missing, have them look in our new timber.
So stupid.
And I said, "Amy, you have got to get Randy here and you've got to go talk to Todd."
Did Amy say anything else to you?
Okay. And I don't mean to bring up, I'm sorry. I don't mean to bring up anything bad for anybody in chat. But if you've been with an abusive partner and this person, you're legit scared of this person, you tell me how comfortable you are going and staying at a hotel with another man or woman with this abusive, controlling spouse that will hurt you and put you out in the new wood. I just want you guys, luckily for me, I have not ever been in that relationship, but I do have friends who have been, and I could tell you, they would be petrified if they buy the wrong fucking milk. much less go and stay at a hotel. I was with someone who would track me through Facebook and show up where I was at. I didn't even know that was a thing till he did it. Oh, yeah. That's ridiculous. And Lacey's like, I never would have left the farm. I don't like this lady.
During that conversation that you recall?
Mr. Eve was like, nope, I wasn't gonna do
No,
that.
she was just very tearful. She was going to go home and
Yep.
talk to Todd after she left my home.
Did you ever have a conversation with Todd when you indicated to him that maybe him and Amy should get a divorce?
Yes,
And was this in person, on phone, or text, if you remember?
I believe it was text.
And do you remember when that conversation was?
I think it was around, possibly, if I can remember, around the time of the state fair. Amy had kind of indicated, I knew she was going to be seeing this gentleman there. She had kind of indicated that maybe things were going very well with him, and that she was thinking that that's maybe something she wanted to do. She wanted to be with him. And so I felt like maybe if I prepared Todd just a little bit, and said, hey, Todd, maybe you two really aren't meant for each other. Maybe you two would be better off not being together.
Stay in your lane.
And do you recall what Todd's response was?
He said, I have worked for this farm since I was 11, and I will not give it up.
Terry, do you remember having a conversation with Amy the week before her death?
Yes.
And was that a phone call or was that in person?
She sent me a text and said, hey, I need to talk to you. So I give her a call. She told me she was having surgery, wanted to know if I could come and take her to surgery and pick her up. And I told her I couldn't. I was working that day in St. Luke's. And so she goes, well, it's kind of, Todd's really busy right now. I don't know if he'll take me. But she said, I'll figure it out.
And did you learn that later Todd did take her for that
Yes.
procedure? Did you text Amy about that procedure after she had it?
I did.
And what was the context of that conversation?
I said, hey, how'd the ablation go? Because I had the same procedures, so I kind of knew what it was, what she was going through. We had talked a little bit about that before, like, hey, I did this, it's okay. It's very simple. And so I texted her, I believe, on the 7th and said, how'd the ablation go? And she responded, it went really well. She said, it's so much better. There's just a little tiny trickle of blood instead of me bleeding heavy like I did the last 40 days. She said, I'm going to take it easy today, but I feel pretty good.
And just, do you know what an ablation is with your medical background and with having that procedure?
Yes.
What is it?
So when someone has very heavy menstruation, a lot of times, especially if they become anemic, they will go in with, it's almost kind of like a water bottle, and they heat up the uterine lining, and it kind of burns that lining off so that they don't have those heavy periods anymore. There's no nerve endings in the uterus, so it's not painful. But
Terry, when did you have that same procedure done? If you
I
remember?
had it done probably about 5 years prior to Amy having hers done, or before Amy had hers done.
And what was your
I'll just say the weird thing is that this is an ablation is a different procedure than a DNC. So they don't even have the people in this group don't even know what procedure she went and had. They're different procedures.
recovery like?
I had no problems. I went back to work within the next day or two, and I had no problems with it at all.
Now, Terry, you indicated that some of these conversations with both Amy and Todd were by way of text message.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Were all of these conversations with either of them or both of them only text message, or were they in other forms as well?
Some were phone calls and some were in person. I never met in person with Todd. Todd was either through text or phone calls.
And did you at some point hand over some of those text messages to the police?
I did.
Do you have, you've prior to today looked at those text messages?
I did.
Do those text messages entail every conversation you've testified about?
No.
And why not?
I had gotten a new phone, and so I wasn't quite used to my new. Sometimes if I became irritated, I would just delete a text. And I did make Travis aware that I had probably deleted some text messages. And I said, if you need to go in my US Cellular and look those up or whatever you need to do, you're welcome to. But I did delete some of those messages.
And is Travis Hemaseth
Yes.
one of the investigators in this
Yes.
case? Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Terry, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 66, Group Exhibit. If you could just briefly look through all of those pictures.
Okay.
There's some on the back too.
Okay. They look familiar.
And Terry, in that group exhibit, State's Exhibit 66, are those screenshots of the text messages that you tendered to the Delaware County Sheriff's Department?
Yes,
And do they appear to be true and accurate copies of the messages that you gave to those officers?
they are.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that State's Group Exhibit 66 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection?
No, Your Honor.
66 is admitted.
And at this time, Your Honor, I would ask permission to publish to the jury and ask some additional questions.
Yes, go ahead.
Terry, I'm showing you one of the first messages. I believe it's the first message in your pack. It indicates, you can either see it up on the screen.
I can see it.
think you have them in front of you. And it indicates that at the bottom there, you and Amy on July 26, 2018 had a conversation.
Here's your eggs.
Yes,
And this is Amy's number in your phone, correct?
yes,
Would it be fair to say that Amy Mullis was Amy Mullis in your phone?
yes,
And I believe Todd was Todd in your phone?
yes.
And in this message at the bottom there, what kind of information are you and Amy exchanging?
At the bottom,
Yes.
that's when she asked me if we could talk because she was in trouble.
And I'm going to go to the next page. And what does this page show here?
So just, if you guys maybe can't see this, these conversations that I'm in trouble is when she testified that's when Amy comes over and tells her that she's having the affair with Jerry. These are in July. Remember, she doesn't die until November 10th. So these are in July. This is how long Terry's known about the affair. Let's see if I can. So it says, Amy says, I dropped your eggs off at FS, meant to ask what's going on with Angie B. Terry says, Angie got eggs? Question mark, question mark. And then it says, Angie B has gone into full bitch mode, fired her lawyer and hired some gay dude, crying rape to save her ass, got a second charge of lying to an officer. Also, Denny Bagby came forward saying she told him. Guess they also had a fling. And then she's like, Amy says, can you talk? I'm in trouble. This is July 26th of 2018. And she says, yes, I can talk anytime. Want to meet up? Well, hell yes, she does. And Terry's like, oh yeah, you got some, you're in trouble, girl? I need to know. I need to know. Angie B. They went into full bitch mode and cried rape. Fired her attorney and got her some gay dude. So, fuck. I hope Angie B does not ever fucking talk to Terry, ever.
She was in trouble.
And I'm going to go to the next page. And what does...
So she says, want to meet somewhere or phone? And then no response from Amy, or if there was, it gets deleted because, that's, she just accidentally deletes random shit. And then sometimes she gets irritated, so she deletes it. Who knows? And And she says, hugs, hugs, hugs. My heart hurts for you. Now, still no response or a deleted response. We don't know. Says, how are you doing? I know your grandma was special to you. How is home? I got a couple text messages from Todd. Look at her over here fucking telling her what Todd's saying. I think he's very confused right now. I feel for you guys and the kiddos. Amy says, been the longest, crappiest week of my life. Tried to talk a little with Todd last night, and that didn't go so well. Told him I need to get through this week. Part of me says, buck up, make it work, and then I'll
Does this page show here?
That was when her grandma had passed away, and she was at her grandma's.
And at the bottom there in the left-hand corner in the gray area, is that Amy's response to you?
Yes.
And
I was positive they told us it was August that grandma died. Maybe it was July and August was uncle. Maybe I have the months wrong. I don't know. But I thought it was August that grandma died too. So I'm with you.
And can you just summarize there what she's talking about?
She was talking about their relationship. They hadn't been intimate for a very long time. Todd was sleeping out in the living room. So I think she went to talk to him a little bit about, she didn't tell him about the affair, but just talked to them about their marriage.
And I'll go to the next page here. In the middle there.
Okay, so then she says, up, and the other says, why stay, and the other says, why stay unhappy for the rest of my life? I have very little communication with, and we don't get to see the rest of that message. And then Terry responds with, are you 100% certain your friend is going to make life changes for you? That doesn't always happen. Sit down and talk to Todd. Maybe it will work out, maybe not. I don't think either one of you can take any more of this stress. Talk now before things blow up. Amy says, I am 99.9% sure he will make these changes with me, which is leave his family for her. And if that 0.1% chance happens, I'm strong enough to make it on my own. We'll keep going.
I know that the top part of the gray part continues your conversation from the prior page. In the yellow area, would it be fair to say the yellow area is your responses to Amy?
Yes.
And in that area, who are you talking about when you're talking about Amy's friend?
Jerry.
And that's the person she was having the affair with?
Yes.
And you're also indicating to her that you think she should talk to Todd?
I did.
And then at the bottom there in the gray is Amy's response to you?
Yes.
And on the next page, I think you're following along with the exhibits in front of you. I know the jury can see for themselves and they'll be able to look at these, but can you?
Okay. I'm strong enough to make it on my own. We tried to make it work 5 years ago and we're right back to where we were with somebody else's dick in your pants. I just have to be smart about this. I can't get Jerry fired. Amy says, whether I end up with Jerry or not, I can't get him fired. That's just not fair to him. And Terry's like, no, it's not at all. Amy's like, do you still need eggs? She's like, yes, please. She says, I will drop them at FS around 5:15. How many do you want? And she says 2 to 3. And then she gets a thumbs up.
On this page, are you continuing to talk about Amy and her relationship with Jerry?
Yes.
And then I'm going to go to the next page. And at the bottom there,
Okay, and just says thanks. She says anytime. Thanks for being there for me. Terry says of course. Amy says dropped off your eggs. She says thanks, girlfriend. Blowy kissy face. And now we're on August 3rd. Amy says, has Todd texted you anymore? And Terry says, no, not recently. And this is when she says, okay, well, I found out that he called Jerry's wife.
I believe it indicates Friday, August 3rd, 2018.
Okay.
Do you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And underneath that is a response or a question to you from Amy, has Todd texted you anymore?
Yes.
And what is Amy referring to there?
I had told Amy that I had been talking to Todd, and she asked if he had texted me anymore recently. So I said no.
And at the bottom there, after you say no, what does Amy start talking to you about?
I thought so too.
Todd had called Jerry's wife at the very beginning before I even started talking to him and asked if they were having an affair, or if she thought Jerry and Amy were having an affair. I believe she said that she felt like their marriage was fine. At this point, Todd called her again and asked her again if everything was okay in their marriage.
And I believe that part of the conversation carries on to the next page. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So now called Jerry's wife again. He wanted to make sure everything was okay with them. She thinks he's a friggin' psycho now. Terry coming in with, she probably won't when he leaves her. She's gonna be like, fuck, that guy was right. I should have listened to him. Amy says, I still think it's weird that he would call her to make sure their marriage was okay. Just leave it alone. What? No, I would have fucking called her too. Terry says, I have no idea what he is thinking. He is grasping. No, he isn't. You're fucking sleeping with the guy. And he wants the dude's wife to know because he knows. And she says this comes through twice, apparently. Amy says, I know. It's not helping, though. I'm just trying to keep my cool. Why you trying to keep your cool? You're fucking petrified of this guy. You need to have your stepdad there when you're going to talk to him because you're so afraid he's going to kill you. Here you are trying to keep your cool because your husband that you're cheating on is calling your Sancho's wife. Ugh.
And you guys are still talking about her relationship with Jerry. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then I'll just go to the next page here. And is this one you and Amy talking about?
So Terry says, yeah, it's hard every way you look at it. No, bitch, it ain't. It ain't hard. So now August 22nd, Amy says, don't suppose you would want to do a quick lunch tomorrow, would you? Terry's always down for a good gossip sesh. So she's like, sure. I'm waiting for her to get back to me on the dog's haircuts. Amy says, after lunch, I'm going to meet Jerry. So look, we're using excuses. I'm going to go have lunch with Terry. Hey, Todd, I'm just going to go have lunch with Terry. I'll be gone for a few hours. And then she's like, after lunch, I'm going to meet Jerry. We had a little setback and we need to meet for some makeup sex. Oh, and by the way, do you need eggs? We are overflowing. Yeah, I think your eggs are overflowing, girlfriend.
Meeting for lunch and also continuing to talk about her relationship with Jerry.
Yes.
Don't do it, Thomas. Let him go.
This was after the state fair.
And then I'll go to the next page.
What part? What part did you think I was ad-libbing? Oh, the eggs? Oh, and by the way, do you need eggs? That part? This is so bad. Even the chickens can't get enough. Oh, the makeup sex? No, yeah. They had to. No, that's what she says. She's an egg pusher.
And I'll go to the next page.
Terry's like, yeah, 3 dozen, please. And Amy goes, 13 dozen? JK, what time and where works for you tomorrow? I have to go to Sam's Club in Dubuque. So East works better for me. I don't know what East works better for me, but okay. Still haven't heard from the dog groomer. Dang it, no problem. Yeah, she's like, I need you to use you as an excuse. You know, you figure out this dog situation because I need to have lunch with you. So she says she just found out that she had breast cancer, so I get her need to see how she feels. Let's just plan early. Dave can run the dogs. She's fucking telling everybody's business. She is. She pushes some eggs. Amy's like, "Kay, 11, you name the place." Terry's like, "Let's go to that place on Main."
I think that this is just a continuation of some of your conversations.
You know damn well that the people who were overheard talking that Amy was having an affair, that gossip probably came from Terry. Like whoever was talking about it, Terry probably fucking told them, and then they told their significant other, and so on. It is so, you know that shit came from Terry. She was out there telling Amy's business, but she won't even tell Todd. She's like, "I don't know, Todd, maybe you should go to the fair and just kind of see what's going on. Just see what you see." You know that Terry probably went to the fair that night and she's like, get the phone. Telling her husband, "Get the phone, let's record it."
Is that correct?
Correct.
And I'll go to the next page.
Oh, this one's blurry. Okay. A little family-owned joint. Amy says, "Kay, 11, you name the place." We already did that. So it must have come through again. She's got some issues with her phone. Maybe that's why Terry has to delete stuff. And then she says, "Kay, that place we went last time?" And she's like, Terry's like, "I'm not sure. On the north side of the street." And she's like, "Yepper." She's like, "Okay, 11. She's like, "Perfect. See you then." And then they go to lunch, apparently. She's like, "Thanks for the chat. Missed that. If Todd happens to ask," she just told Amy just totally used Terry, but Terry's like, "It's good because I at least got some new material."
At the bottom of this page,
Yes.
is there a conversation that talks about Todd?
Yes.
And what's the nature of that conversation? What's the nature of that conversation?
We had gone to lunch together, and after lunch, Amy texted me that if Todd happened to ask what time she left, I believe, yes, then she said to tell him around 1.
And do you know why she told you that?
Because she was meeting with Jerry.
And that conversation carries to the next page as well.
Yes. And I did not answer.
It's just like, if Todd happens to ask, I'm telling him we chatted until 1, but I doubt he'll text you. Don't wait so long for our next lunch. Yeah, because I need to get laid, girl. Terry says, "I didn't pay you for those flippin' eggs." Amy's like, "Nah, girl, don't worry about it. We're all good because you're my cover. Just lie to Todd if he talks to you." She said, "Not worried about it. It's not going to break the bank." Oh, Terry says, "I forgot my eggs in the car for like 5 hours. Do I pitch them?" Amy says, "Put them in water. If they float, yes. Or I can bring you some new ones." And so Terry's like, "What does floating mean?" Amy's like, "Floating is bad."
Answer her that I would say that to Todd because I felt like I needed to be as honest with him as I could, and I wasn't going to cover for her.
And I'll go here to the next page.
She wasn't going to cover for her. She does for months.
And in the middle of this page there, in the gray area where Amy is...
Okay, so now we got more eggs. So dropped your eggs off at FS. She said, "Thanks, Ames." And she's like, "Anytime." And then here, August 29th, 2018, Terry's like, "Hey, I need you to give me a call." Amy says, "I'm going to talk to Todd and ask him if he talked to anyone about calling Jerry's wife because of the text. If I tell him the rumor is there before he hears it, it may help." Terry says, "I don't know, Ames. You need to talk to him." Amy says, "I know. This is not what I needed." You think that eggs are a code word for something else? That's what Thomas thinks. I think it's an excuse. It's like, "Oh, I got to go bring Terry her eggs."
talking to you. Can you just explain what that conversation's about?
That conversation is after the trauma conference when I sent her a text and said, "Give me a call." And then I told her about the rumors being out.
And then your conversation is talking about those rumors and how she's planning on telling Todd about them?
Yes.
I'll go to the next page here. And
So now we're on September 1st. Terry says, how's it going? Amy says, okay, I'm at the water park with the kids. Todd and I have talked. He knows the word is out there. Not sure what's going to happen next. Guess time will tell. And then Terry says, well, what did your friend say? Amy says, I'm not sure what to do. I know what I want, but I'm trying to decide if it's realistic. Sometimes I think I should just stay, even if I'm unhappy. And others, I think I just want to be happy and I need to leave.
And I know I'm asking you to kind of quickly look at them, but what's a summary of these text messages?
This
Yes,
is where
awesome.
she had
Yes.
talked to Todd about the rumors, and I think she really wanted him to believe they were just rumors, and that she had told him about the rumors and who had been saying certain things.
And then if I go to the next page,
So I have to leave to do that. Even if Jerry doesn't leave, I'm strong. I can manage on my own. He wants to be together, but he's in the same boat. He can't leave yet, so I don't know. And Terry says, yes, you can. Better to leave on your own. Figure out your life and what it is you need. Amy says, yeah, I know. I'm kind of looking at jobs quietly, something very part-time, just trying to figure out how to do this. I don't have a clue where to start. I don't want to wait while the kids are in the middle of the school year. He really has changed I don't know.
at the top there, what is Amy talking about?
We had talked a lot about if she was going to leave, and I felt like he was being a player, and I told her that, and he would tell her, because Amy's clothes came from Goodwill and things like that, and he would say things to her like, wow, Amy, when we're together, we're going to burn all your Goodwill clothes and go get you a beautiful wardrobe. And so I've kept asking her if he was really going to leave his wife or not. And she felt like possibly so, but she was also to the point where she felt like she was strong enough to leave on her own. If that was the case, it was not so much anymore she would leave for him, but she would leave on her own. She said she was quietly looking for jobs and somewhere to live.
And if I go to the next page, are you carrying on this conversation?
So she says, I don't want to leave while kids are in school. Because she's leaving. That's the whole thing too. It's like the state's theory is that Todd wasn't going to give up the farm, right? He was too involved with the farm. He loved the farm, but she wasn't keeping the farm. She was leaving. This whole like she was going to take the farm. She was leaving. She was going to go get her own place. And she doesn't want to leave while the kids are in school. So then Terry says, maybe tell Todd the way he is now is the man you need him to be. Something about he was doing really well he was doing really well. Todd was being a good husband or good dad and whatnot. But we don't get this. We miss the middle of this message up here. So I know he really loves you and wants your marriage to work. Go talk to someone and figure out what is going on in your heart and head. Maybe you have some past hurt that you need to work through. Todd isn't perfect, but no guy is. He does love you, essentially is what that one says. Well, and they work on a farm. I don't know how much money they really want to spend on clothes when the clothes are going to go out. You're going to go out in the hog barn. I mean, I don't know. I found some when I was younger. I don't wear jeans anymore, but when I was younger, man, I found some of my best jeans at the Goodwill store, and it had nothing to do with money. It just had to do with that's where the good jeans were because they were already broke in.
Conversation?
Yes. She had talked about how Todd was being Mr. Super Dad and all of a sudden showing a lot of interest in the kids. And I said, well, maybe he's really trying. Maybe he wants to be a better dad. And she said, you know, really, how long is it going to last?
Oh, Brienne's coming in hot. She's like, secondhand clothes are bad, but it's okay to have second. That is the best comment. The best comment ever. It's so true. It's so true. I can't. That's so good. It's so good. Oh, shit.
This page here. And I know she sends you a picture of a Coke bottle. At the bottom, you guys are talking.
So good. It's just too good. Nobody wants no secondhand dick. Oh shit. Susie Q, no, it does not, but nobody's here. Everybody's gone right now. I'm alone besides the dogs, and they don't give a shit. Oh, that was so good. That's gonna stick with me for a while. Oh shit. So Amy says it's close, thinking of you. She sends her a picture of a Coke with the name Terry on it. And then she says, hey, you want to do lunch tomorrow? This is Amy. You want to do lunch tomorrow towards the Manchester way? Look at, she's like, I need to get laid. I need some secondhand dick. We got some secondhand dick making up to do. Dave and I are going to Gabe Mills tomorrow. Ah, man, shit. That's not gonna go. That's gonna stay just like the thumb toes. It's never going away. So she's like, can't do
about
lunch.
getting together again.
Yes.
And on the next page, I believe it's just also you guys talking about getting together and when you're going to get.
So she says, it'd have to be next week. I've been thinking about you. Amy says, well, any day but Tuesday works next week. Let me know what works for you. I'm doing okay, hanging in there. She says, okay, how about Wednesday? Amy says, perfect. And then, so now September 25th, Amy says, you still good for lunch tomorrow? Terry says, sure. And then Amy says, yeah, I'm game for whatever. You tell me when and where. The text transcript.
Lunch again.
Yes.
And if I go to the next page here.
Facts.
What's
Okay, so then Amy says, now this is September 26th. When and where are you thinking today? Terry says, I might have to take a rain check. Can you do it tomorrow? I ended up taking a psych patient to Carroll, Iowa, just on my way home now. Amy says, should. I have to take Tristan to the dentist at 11, so maybe after that. Terry says, okay, just let me know. Sorry. Amy says, it is what it is. I've got kind of a nasty cold anyway. Wasn't out of bed much yesterday.
just summarize this? I think it's the same type of thing.
We were trying to get together and we had planned on going for lunch. And I had taken a transfer for the hospital to, I don't remember, it was like somewhere clear on the other side of the state, Carroll or somewhere. And I was very tired. So I said, I really didn't feel like going out for lunch. And then she thought about just bringing something over and coming to my house.
And I'll go to the next page here. And at the top there in the.
So Terry says it's that time of year. Amy says that and sitting in the hospital with my uncle for 3 days and no sleep. I'm sure I picked something up there. And then Terry says, sad about Janelle Rise. I don't know what that is. Amy says, yes, it is. I can't imagine. And then Amy says, Tristan has a dentist appointment tomorrow and wants to go to lunch before he goes back to school. Can we do next week? Terry says, we can. Amy says, perfect. And then Terry says, I work Wednesday.
Gray on the left, the first full gray message. What is Amy talking about there?
She said she had been sick with a cold. She kind of understood how I felt, and she didn't get out of bed much the day before because she wasn't feeling very well.
And she's talking about being at the hospital with her uncle.
Yes.
I'll go to the next page. And I believe
Amy says, Kay, I'll have to see what my schedule is. I'm sure we will have to sell pigs at some time. Now, September 27th, 2018. Amy says, short notice. Tristan is headed back to school after his appointment if you still want to do lunch. Otherwise, next week is fine. And Terry says, how about you pick something up and bring it here? I'm super tired, lazy today. The thought of doing my hair is exhausting. We could just chill and chat. Amy says, I can do that. What sounds good?
believe this is the text where you're saying, I know you described this in your testimony, where you tell her to pick something up and come on over so you guys can talk. Is that yes? And again, I think this is just a continuation of that conversation. Does that seem right?
Yes.
More egg talk. She's like, I'll think on that. Not sure yet, like what to get. Terry says, okay, if you have a couple of dozen eggs, ... Amy says, always do. What's sounding good? Subway, Chinese, I can't decide. Terry says, either. Why any of this is even relevant, I have no idea. That's me saying that. That was me adding it in. Terry didn't offer eggs. No, Terry doesn't offer. Terry only wants to get eggs. She doesn't ever give her eggs. Terry's an egg getter. Amy says, I have to stop at Burger King for Tristan. Do you like anything there? Just one of those days where nothing sounds good.
And on the next page, I think the top half is...
Or do you want to take a rain check till next week when we are both more in the mood? Terry says, just stop over. Whatever's just fine. So Amy says, cheeseburger, chicken sandwich, fish sandwich, which sounds good. She said, if you're at BK, get a Whopper. And so apparently she goes over there. So then October 15th, Amy says, can you talk? Terry says, give me a bit. And Amy says, just call me when you can talk.
You guys continuing that conversation.
Yes.
And the bottom half, which indicates Monday, October 15th, 2018, Amy sends you a text, can you talk?
Yeah.
And that's when I think you indicated earlier, you told her, give me some time and then we can talk.
Yes, I did.
And on the next page, you send Amy a message.
They say, Amy, everything about that was plain bitchy. Don't take any of it to heart. What you are doing with your family is morally right. Don't let her bully you just because it happens to be field work time. When it's her turn, her cold fucking ass can lay tied down in bed with nobody there at her side. And Amy says, thanks, Tara. I just needed a vent. I do everything for my family and his, and this is how she treats me. Like I said, now I know how she really feels about me. Jesus criminy.
This was after our conversation on the phone.
And what are you talking about here on the top right corner in the yellow, your response to Amy?
This was after she had called, and she was so upset because Elaine did not want to give her son, and she was upset and crying. And after I thought about it, I'm like, this is kind of how their relationship had always been. Elaine's kind of the matriarch of the family, and is very controlling. And so I answered back to her this, because I thought it was terrible that she suggested they just tie her uncle to the bed. And then after that, Amy stopped at the house.
We don't even know that
and so these conversations are after you talk on the phone, but before Amy stops over.
Yes.
And then at the bottom there is it refers to Tuesday, October 30th, 2018.
Yes.
And Amy sends you another message. Can you talk? Won't take long.
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page.
She says, sure, I'm home alone. Amy says, you want to do, wait, okay, no, sure, I'm home alone. So then they must talk.
And then
Amy, this is November 7th. Amy says, you want to do lunch tomorrow? Terry says, hey, how are you? How did the oblation go? It's oblation. And then Terry says, you would have to, because the surgery was the 6th. Terry says, you would have to come to Des Moines. We have the IEMSA conference. Amy says, well, went pretty well, just a little cramping today, just gonna chill today. I'll take a rain check on lunch. Because she doesn't want to go to, so no Des Moines. Not today, she says. Oh, MRW, it's my pleasure. This is one of the cases that sticks with me, like always has.
I think you're again talking at the top about
one time on
you
day
being
one.
home and you can talk.
Yes.
And then at the bottom, what are you guys talking about there on the bottom? After November 7th, 2018, I apologize.
About the cramping?
Yes.
She's talking about, I asked her how her ablation went. I was in Des Moines for another conference at that time. So I sent her a text and said, hey, how did the ablation go? And that was her response. That it went very well. She was cramping a little bit and she was just going to chill that day.
And then on the next page, I know you indicated that you had an ablation yourself.
Says not today, just got home from Des Moines and probably headed back next week. Sorry. Terry says, so a few days after mine, I had a, oh God, this is gross. TMI, Terry, TMI. So a few days after mine, I had a hush, which I would assume is a gush, of stinky water. The blisters had popped. And then she corrects it to gush. So she had a gush of stinky water. Just to give you a heads up. Amy says, gross. Thanks for the heads up. I'm having minimal bleeding, less than I had since the end of September through yesterday. That's exciting. Yeah, thanks, Terry. That's exactly what we needed to know. Gross.
Yes.
And are you talking to her about your experience with your ablation?
Yes.
And she responds to you?
Terry does not know.
Yes, she did.
And then on the next page, did she send you a picture?
She sent me a picture of her IV site because she had had a lot of bruising. And being as I started a lot of IVs and stuff in my career, that she knew I would find that kind of amusing because she did bruise pretty good.
And it indicates there that that was Friday, November 9th.
Yes.
Was that the last time that Amy sent you any type of message?
Yes.
And was that the last time that you spoke to Amy?
Yes.
And that was by way of text message?
Yes.
Now, you also indicated that there were some text messages that you gave to the police that you had with Todd.
Yes.
You can go to the next one, please. And I guess now it shifts and Todd's messages are in gray. Does that seem fair
Yes.
to say? And your responses are in yellow?
Correct.
And
so Todd says on August 6, 2018, Amy is still short fused. Why does it say subject? Okay, that's kind of weird. Why does it say that on the top? So it says Amy's still short fused, wants to give herself time before she makes appointment about her sleep. Kids and I kind of staying away from her. But we all try to be super nice when we are. She is nice to others. And then here's a phone number for CB. Travis. Travis is driving and listening to us. He's probably like, oh my gosh, what did I get myself into? But I don't even understand this whole thing, but okay. Now, August 16th, here's Terry checking in. How are things with Amy going? I haven't talked to her for a while. Okay, he didn't.
looking at this text message, what is Todd saying to you at the beginning on August 6, 2018?
He had been telling me about Amy not sleeping, being short fused with him and the children, that he was kind of staying away from her because of her being moody.
That's good, Royal We. That's good.
And then on the next page, your message is with Todd.
And so there's something weird about his messages coming across with this weird subject thing. Does anybody have any idea why it would do that? Have you guys experienced that yourselves? Todd says, maybe a little better. I found a subject called perimenopause that fits her to a T. I showed it to her this morning. She went into her room for a while and hasn't said anything. I mean, it says almost every symptom she has. Kids and I just want to help her and be happy ourselves. And then Terry says, good for you. Keep trying. Remember, Terry knows since July that she's having an affair. And, oh, is it callback number? Okay, maybe it's just a text option then, Susie? Okay. I don't know. I don't have an iPhone, so he says, thanks for the support. Thought I got nothing to lose. And then the text back number, Terry says, nope, keep fighting. Jennifer says, so is she trying to make Amy look like a sympathetic victim? Again, not saying she deserved what happened, but I'm not saying how this makes Todd look bad. Maybe it's my strong aversion to cheaters. I'm right there with you, so I don't know. Your dad does that sometimes by mistake? Huh. I haven't seen that since the old school track phone flip phones. The Todd was a jerk because she was cheating and being moody. Yes. And then he tells her about perimenopause. I'd have to say that I don't think he should probably brought that to her attention. But I don't know. He may be using a secondary messaging app. Oh, maybe. She was down with OPP, Thomas. So he was trying to figure out if something was wrong with his wife, and she was just getting sick. My God, this is so perfect. Yes. He thinks that she's moody, and she just spends time in her room because she's about to go through menopause. It's just out in the world, going to the county fair, getting secondhand tick. Oh my God, it's the best. Oh, woo. Okay.
What is he indicating to you here in that top gray message?
He said he was looking up what could be wrong with her, why she was so moody, why she seemed depressed, and he thinks, thought maybe it was premenopause. It sounded like her symptoms. So I encouraged him to keep trying.
And you say, good for you, keep trying.
Yes.
And Todd does respond to you and says, thanks for the support.
Yes.
I've got nothing to lose. And then if you go to the next page, you're continuing to talk to Todd a little bit about this.
Yes.
And he indicates to you, I'll keep at it.
Okay, he says, Todd says, I'll keep at it, but she doesn't make it easy. And Terry's like, no, I guess not. Yeah, just keep going, Todd. Keep trying. Todd says, I need to vent a few things since kids out school. Amy hasn't done any farm chores, mowed grass, done very little in garden, maybe does half housework, but has went to Florida for week. Does pork producer stuff. Been to Acne several times. The way he texts, like, now I'm even more curious to kind of go back and pay attention to the Google searches, because the way he texts is kind of funky too. Texts like my grandmother. Street says, I took my IUD after 5 years and broke up with my boyfriend because he annoyed me. They say it's a thing. Too busy selling eggs.
But she doesn't make it easy.
Yes.
And then if you could just summarize, because I know that's kind of a long message there in the bottom left, what you guys are talking about there.
He was saying that Amy was just laying around. She was being lazy. She wasn't doing things. She wasn't, taking care of the lawn. She wasn't taking care of the home. She wasn't, is going and doing things with the pork producers. I think at this time she was probably doing a lot of stuff with Taylor and her gymnastics, and that she was getting massages. She was doing all kinds of other things, but not doing her responsibilities on the farm.
And I'll go to the next page here. I think the top part continues that conversation that you just described.
Yes.
And then your response.
Okay, it's a massage 1 or 2 times a month, stayed for over a week when something. And then Terry says, could you get someone to watch the kids, maybe surprise her and show up and stay at the fair? Oh, here she is. Terry's dirty, man. She's dirty. Could you get someone to watch the kids, maybe surprise her and show up and stay at the fair with her? If she's being so lazy and she's so tired, why is she going to the fair? Yeah, Terry's saying he's going to kill me. Yeah, none of that's good. None of that's happening. There's no fear here. There's no fear for her safety. There's no talk of making sure Randy's around, at least not yet. Oh, well, we already went through those messages. Yeah, no, there was no talk of that. There was no talk of making sure that Randy was around and how scared she was in her messages with Amy. So Todd says she's grilling pork producers one day. Honestly, I don't think she wants me around her. She won't go with us to our pond or picnics. She did agree to go with me to a farm show. She doesn't want us around her. No, she doesn't want you there because she's going to go meet her man.
This is yours. In summary, you're trying to encourage him to hang out with Amy and do things with Amy.
Yes. And that's when I encouraged him to go to the fair.
And this is when you indicated that you were kind of hoping he would find out about the
Yes.
affair. And what is Todd's response when you're kind of encouraging him to go to the fair?
His response basically was that she's going to be busy, and he didn't feel like she wanted him there anyway.
And then I'll go to the next page. And again, that top conversation kind of continues from the one before.
Where does it say? She did agree to go with me to a farm show late August. The few things we do alone together, she makes it uncomfortable. I asked about a weekend trip anywhere. Then she says, why now? We can't see the rest of that message. And then he says, and wow, is she forgetful? Then he says, Amy seems happy to be going to lunch with you. Oh, yeah, she is. Because it's a cover. It's a cover for the SHD. With you, maybe we'll lift her up some. I'd appreciate if you wouldn't tell her.
Correct.
And at the bottom there, I believe that's another text from Todd to you.
Poor guy,
Yes, it
right?
is.
And what is that referring to?
It was after Amy and I had gone to lunch. And he said she seemed like she was in a better mood when she got home.
Then I'll go to the next page.
Yeah, she's in a better mood when she got
And I
home,
know
all
that
right.
your response after that conversation.
She was livid. I talked to her stepdad about stuff. Never said I talked to you. Oh, so he already talked to Randy and said, hey, there's some shit going down. And here's Terry. I want you guys to figure things out. Todd says, Amy texts me, you guys had a nice lunch. I'm sure she was in a good mood, usually is around others. Hope she can gradually get out of rut. She has been little better last few days. Hope things are good for you. Have a great day. Thanks. And she's all, we did have a nice lunch. Poor Todd. Amy isn't coming home happy because of lunch, sir.
Is I just want you guys to figure things out.
Yes.
Yeah, this guy sounds fucking scary, right? I mean, like these messages, he sounds like he's scary. Scary guy, right? Bullshit.
And at the bottom there, Todd is responding to you about your lunch, I believe.
Yes, he is.
I'll go to the next page.
So Todd says, Amy said that there's rumors are out now. Suddenly she's nice to me. Amy said rumors are out now. Suddenly she's nice to me. It's weird. And how did they start? Terry, how did they start? Also weird since I only talked to Guy and his wife and Amy's stepdad. I guess I did tell you about Tech's problem, but no details. She cried for hours last night and said she should leave because we are better off without her and how something. This is so...
No, this is Thursday, August 30th, 2018, and there's a long gray message that was from Todd. What is Todd talking to you about in this message?
He is talking about after I had told Amy about the rumors being out. So he is talking about her after she told him. He said suddenly she was nice to him. And he was wondering how they got out, how they started. He said he felt like it was weird since he only talked to one guy about it and Amy's stepdad. And that he did tell me about the problems. He said that she cried a lot that night and said she should leave because we're better off without her.
Now, in this text message, it indicates, I guess I did tell you about text problem.
Yes.
Do you know what Todd is referring to in that part?
What I felt like he was referring to is that he had told me I knew about what was going on, and I think he felt like maybe I had said something to someone.
And when he says text problems, did you think he meant the 100 that were between Amy and Jerry?
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page. And at the top there, Todd is...
He says, on a good note, most of today was good. Even joked a little this morning when I was with her. Here's Terry. Fucking Terry coming. She needs some counseling, Todd. This is like, why is the carpet wet, Todd? I don't know, Margot. For her own sake. She's saying that Amy needs therapy. Well, Amy, I think Amy did need therapy too, but Terry, hot meat kettle. Todd says, I agree. Only way to get her there is to drag her. I told her weeks ago. Then she said, I had the problem, so I should go. She's like, there's nothing wrong with me. If you got a problem with me, you should go to therapy. Oh, that's fucking funny. Good one, Amy. And so I should go because I've become a super dad, in her words, because kids come to me first. Oh, shit.
Indicating to you that things are pretty good. Is that true?
That day was,
I'm sorry,
was
on a
good.
good note, most of today was good.
Yes.
And you indicate she needs some counseling, Todd, for her own sake.
Remember, she thinks Todd's
Yes.
like scary.
And why did you
Don't cross
respond
Todd.
with that message?
Because Amy was very, when I talked to her, was very, didn't know what she was going to do, didn't know how to go on with her life as far as when she left, if she was going to be with Jerry, if she was going to be on her own. And I felt like this was maybe a way she needed to talk to someone out of the situation and maybe figure out. I said to her, you need to figure this out without Jerry, to figure out what is going on with you, that you can get your life together first before you have a relationship.
Yeah, Terry didn't want to leave
The
his family.
suggestion to Todd was Amy did need to go see someone. I meant it as so she could get on with her life and figure things out.
And then Todd responds to you that it would be, he thinks it would be hard to get her into counseling.
Yes.
And I'll go to the next page.
Yes.
Let me.
Okay, so Todd says, she told me Spencer told you Doug said that. Okay. She told me Spencer told you Doug said that. Okay. Oh, about the cheating. So are rumors bad? And then Terry says, yes, it doesn't really matter who said it. Weird they are out there. Why is it weird, Terry? And then Todd says it's either weird or true, and everyone is lying to me. Terry evading that, and whatever your family needs. Oh, they know this is after. This is that. Oh, she doesn't even bother to respond to that one. This is after. Because this, I can't tell the date. I think it's November 30th. Whatever your family needs, just let me know. And Todd says, thank you. We are something. So this is after she's maybe it's the 10th. It's very blurry. Maybe it is the 10th. We'll see if they tell us.
Now in this text message at the
Are you asking about Amy? She's on the thumbnail, but I have other pictures of her too. Hold on. That's Amy. This is Todd and Amy. This is Todd pre murder charges. And then you've got, hold on, do I have it? This is Todd now. That's Todd now. Look at that. Look how thick his neck is. He's definitely been working out. Yeah, but that's them together, Todd and Amy. I mean, prison did him well, really. Yeah, that's Amy. Okay. I think this is the 10th. It's blurry, so hopefully they tell us.
top, you and Todd are talking about a conversation. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then
about 40.
in the middle there, where it says underneath where it says 8 p.m., there's a text message to you from Todd. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what is that text message?
This is referring to the rumors being out and who was saying them.
Because at the top, you're talking about the rumors.
Yes.
And when you say rumors, what rumors is that?
The rumor I had heard at the conference about, and it was out in the community, that Amy was having an affair.
And you respond, it doesn't really matter who said it. Weird, they are out there.
Yes, because they were both Todd and Amy were very focused on who said who I heard it from.
And Todd responded to you.
Breenan, they don't. This is 2019. They convict him and sentence him to life in prison. He's done. He got convicted. They believe that he did it. It's crazy.
You either weird or true, and everyone is lying to me.
Yes.
And then I know at the bottom there, you then send Todd a text after you hear of Amy's death.
Right.
He started it. Don't be blaming me.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Okay, cross-examination.
Ma'am, I just wanted.
Olshine, I can just tell you that I'm in quite a few Todd Mullis's innocent groups, and I think that he's definitely got some fans. He definitely gets fan mail, without a doubt. I think he if he gets out, he will have zero problem getting ass, and it won't even have to be secondhand. Just saying.
I want to make sure I understand the history of you and your relationship with Amy and Todd, okay?
Okay.
You said you met Amy when you were both working at the Manchester Hospital about 2006,
I believe so, yes.
and you began to not only have a working relationship, a friendly relationship, but also a social one.
Yes,
including houseboats and golfs and lunches and so forth.
correct.
How long after you met Amy at the Manchester Hospital did you then change employment situations?
Probably within a year, 6 months to a year.
And I believe you said you associated with the hospital in Iowa City.
It was a ambulance service in Iowa City.
And then subsequently to St. Luke's.
Correct.
How long were you at this ambulance service in Iowa City, and when would you have started working at St. Luke's approximately?
I started at St. Luke's in August of 2007.
And that's still a position that you hold, or at least you still work for St. Luke's in some degree?
Yes,
And you said 2007.
correct.
After you changed from Manchester Hospital to the ambulance service and then to St. Luke's, how was your relationship with Amy then?
We were still remain very good friends.
And were you still living in Earlville,
No, I was living in Manchester at that time.
even though you were working for this ambulance service in Iowa City?
Yes, I went to the ambulance service in Iowa City because they did fixed wing patient care, and that's what I had wanted to do.
Would you then commute?
Yes, I did.
Same thing with St. Luke's.
Correct.
Okay. The next thing in my notes is I have is that you and Amy both did volunteer work for the Earlville Fire Department.
Yes, we did.
When did that begin, approximately?
I probably started that in, I can't even tell you for sure, 2008, 2009.
Was Amy still working at Manchester Hospital then?
Yes,
You indicated that you met Todd through Amy and that you didn't have a lot of contact with him, at least directly.
no, not socially. Amy usually did things on her own.
You described him as being very passionate about his farming.
Yes, he is.
Then, about 5 years ago, 2013 plus or minus, in a golf outing, she tells you that she's had an affair.
Yes, she did.
And your reaction to that was to try to guide both Amy and Todd into some counseling to preserve the marriage.
I did.
And they took your advice. They went to counseling together, right?
They did.
You commented that it seemed that though that after this revelation that she'd had this affair, that Todd seemed to have a hard time getting over it. Is that right?
Correct.
And that he was more wanting to know where she was at, who she was at, that kind of thing.
Yes, he did.
Do you know, did either of them ever share with you what the counselors were suggesting that they do in terms of repairing this relationship?
No,
So you don't know that the counselor was telling both of them that Amy had to be accountable to Todd because of her infidelity?
yes, she did say that, yes. And I do believe Todd told me that too.
Okay. From that time in 2000, let's say 2013, when you learned of that affair, and I'm not saying that's exactly right, but from that point up until 2018, last summer, how much contact were you having with Amy during that period of time?
I saw her on ambulance calls. I saw her at fundraisers. We went to lunch together quite often. We golfed as on a league.
And this was during this period of time, Amy had left her employment at the Manchester Hospital.
She did.
So she was a full-time stay-at-home mom, farmer.
Yes, she was.
Did you have much direct contact with Todd during those years?
No. Occasionally, if I stopped at the farm to pick up eggs or something like that, I did, but he was always very, very busy, so you didn't see Todd often.
When you said that, if my notes are correct, you said that in the summer of 2018, Todd contacted you and said that Amy's acting strangely, and mentioned these text messages.
Yes, he did.
At that time, did you know about Amy's affair with Jerry?
No, I did not.
And your reaction was, you guys need to talk.
Yes. I did tell him I felt like it was odd behavior and that he needed to talk to her about it and ask her about it.
When did you know for sure? And I guess what I'm asking you is, when did Amy tell you about the second affair with Jerry?
It would have been after the first text where she said that she was in trouble.
So I hope this doesn't get real confusing, but I want to kind of talk about some of these text messages that were in that exhibit that the state was showing you, okay?
Okay.
And just so I can kind of find my place, there's a message on Thursday, July 26th, started out, looks like on a completely unrelated subject, but then she says, "Can you talk? I'm in trouble."
Yes,
That's what's the one you're talking about.
correct.
So we're talking July 26, 2018.
Correct.
Ooh, when was Todd's text message? When does Todd say something? Does he have it?
And your response, I believe, was, "Yes, I can talk anytime. Want to meet somewhere or phone?"
Correct.
By the time you texted that response, did you know that "I'm in trouble" meant she was having an affair?
I had a bad feeling.
Okay.
I did not know for certain.
But also, well, excuse me. Then on Monday, July 30th, "How are you doing?" This is you to her. "How are you doing? I know your grandma was special to you." Her grandma had passed.
Correct.
And she follows that with, "Been the longest, crappiest week of my life." We saw that on the screen.
Correct.
Was the longest, crappiest week of my life due to the death of her grandmother?
I believe it was both things combined, the death of her grandmother and the stress over having the affair.
Because she goes on in that crappiest week of my life message to talk about Todd.
Correct.
And you seem to be responding that it sounds like you're having doubts of whether or not Jerry's going to really follow through and have a life with her.
I did.
Because you asked her, "Are you 100% certain he's going to do it?"
I did.
And her response was, "I'm 99% sure."
Yes, she did.
During that time here up until July 30th, were you having any text messages or phone conversations with Todd?
I would have to look through to see exactly when I talked to Todd.
If my notes are correct, if you looked at August 6th in the messages between you and Todd, you have those up there with you?
Yes.
It's the very first page of your communication or text messages with Todd. It's right after the photo she sent you of her IV site.
Okay. And what are you referring to?
Does that appear to be the first text communication that you'd had with Todd during the summer?
The IV, where she's showing me the IV site?
No, the next page where you're communicating with Todd.
The first one would have been in July that I talked to Todd.
A phone conversation?
I honestly do not remember if our first conversation about the 120 text messages was phone or if it was a text.
All right. There was a text message with Todd, and if you can find it, on August 16th, where he talked about doing research about premenopause. Well, it may be on the page before. I believe the date is August 16th.
Okay,
That's the message you got from Todd, right?
we lost it.
Right above how are things,
Yes,
August 16th.
yes,
So the next page, Todd's talking about his researching,
yes,
and you respond, good for you. Keep trying.
correct.
In your opinion, was Todd trying to understand what Amy's situation was, what her behaviors were?
You want my opinion?
Well, you told him to keep trying.
My opinion was he was trying to make Amy seem like she was crazy.
That's your opinion.
That's my opinion.
He never said that to you.
Nope.
You continue to have text exchanges with Todd.
I did.
And I believe on August 17th, was when he contacted you about her not doing her farm work and chores and housework and so forth. Remember that?
Yes,
And that's, you responded that, get someone to watch the kids, go to the fair.
I did.
At that point, I didn't find it anywhere else in your statements that you were trying to get her caught.
I was.
I don't know.
At that point, there didn't seem to be, from the text messages and so
Hey,
forth,
passenger.
anything of grave concern here.
Hey, down the way.
I did not want to anger Todd. I didn't want to lie to him. I wanted to give Amy
I didn't
time
want to anger
to
him.
figure out what she was doing. But on the other hand, I was very fearful for her. I had mentioned several times that she needed to tell Todd what was going on with her stepdad with her. And I felt like
Bullshit.
if he found them there, there would be a lot of people around.
I don't believe you.
Well, you've talked about that. Did you ever witness any inappropriate physical contact between Todd and Amy?
No,
Did you ever hear about any?
only on one occasion when she was talking about he was angry at her and pushed her down on the bed and had very rough sex with her.
Do you know when that happened?
I do not recall. It was at some time during this conversations we've been having at the end of the summer.
He pushed her down and had rough sex with her?
Let me go to a different place. You said you attended a medical conference and someone there told you that Amy was doing bad things again.
Yes,
Where was that conference at? Do you remember?
Des Moines.
And it appeared from the exhibits that went up that on August 29th, you texted Amy and said, you need to give me a call.
I did.
And she responded with a text about a half hour later. I'm going to talk to Todd and ask him if he talked to anyone about calling Jerry's wife because of the text. If I tell him the rumors is there before he hears it, it may help.
That was after she had called me.
Right. You'd had a conversation.
Correct.
And then you responded, I don't know Ames, you need to talk to it,
Yes,
meaning Todd.
correct,
And she makes a comment, this is not what I needed.
correct.
So would it be fair to say that Amy's very concerned and upset that there's rumors about her having another affair?
Yes,
And did it appear, well, let me ask you this.
They're not
Would it be
rumors.
fair to say that she is understanding from what you told her that you were at this medical conference is that these rumors were coming from the Manchester hospital?
I did not understand that they were told to me by an employee from the Manchester hospital, yes, that I was at the conference with.
Okay. Because I think we'll learn later today that we now know that Amy called an employee at the Manchester hospital that same day,
She did.
very upset, asking that these rumors be squelched.
Yes.
And if we look at the text messages between you and Todd on August 30th, he contacts you and said Amy did talk to him.
Yes.
Yeah, I decided to keep my
Said
commentary
she was
on that
upset,
one to myself.
cried a lot. Remember that?
Yes.
And then goes on to say, on a good note, most of today was a good day.
He did.
We joked a little.
Yes, I think Amy felt like she was in the clear for a while.
So Todd's reaction to Amy telling him that there's new rumors about her having another affair is that they had a good day and they joked a little. I'm just asking, isn't that what the messages say?
That's what my messages say, yes.
Okay. And you can, once again, you encourage them to get some counseling.
I did.
And his response on that same day, the only way to get her there is to drag her there. I told her weeks ago that she had the problem, so I should go because I become a super dad, in her words. The kids come to me first, and she gets mad so fast. She's very different at home. Just ask the kids.
Correct. I did not see any of that from her.
Right. No, actually encouraging Todd to get Amy counseling, but then telling Amy that everything she's doing is the right thing morally for her family. Which is it? Should Amy get counseling because she's a mess, or is everything she's doing morally the right thing to do for her family? And Karen can't figure out what she wants.
On September 1st, you and Amy text started out with you saying, "How is it going?" She said, "Okay, at the water park with kids, Todd and I have talked." He knows the word is out there. Not sure what's going to happen next. Guess time will tell.
Correct.
And there continues to be some messages between you and her about her struggling with, should I stick it out, make the marriage work? Should I leave? That kind of thing.
Yes.
And I think, and I'll summarize perhaps, that the content there in those messages is you were encouraging to do this on your own. Don't depend on Jerry or anybody else. Make your own decision.
Yes, I did. Can I make something clear?
Just a moment, please.
Okay.
I'm going to jump backwards a little bit. It looks like on August 22nd, you were having some email exchanges or text message exchanges with Amy. She's talking about lunch. This would have been right after the state fair, right? August 22nd.
Correct.
Had Amy shared with you that she was disappointed because her and Jerry weren't able to hook up the way they wanted?
Yes, she did.
And at 9:06 on August 22nd, she says, "After lunch, I'm going to meet Jerry. We had a little setback and we need to meet for some makeup sex."
Yes, she did.
And then the lunch plans continued.
Correct.
Next day, the 23rd, thanks for the chat. Missed that. If Todd happens to ask, I'll be calling him. We chatted till 1 o'clock. But I doubt he'll text you. Don't wait so long for our next lunch. Did it appear that she was using you as a cover for meeting Jerry?
That time it did, but I did not answer her that yes, I would cover for her. I just dropped that subject because I did not want her to feel like I would enable her in that situation. I was there to support her, not judge her, but not enable her.
And it looks like that same day, Todd was texting you and he seemed very appreciative that she was having lunch with you and she seemed to enjoy that, make her feel better.
Yep.
During the months of September and October, how much contact were you having with Amy?
It varied. During the fair, maybe not quite as much. Occasionally, pretty much it was either we would go to lunch or text once in a while on the phone.
Well, this was in September and October. This was after the medical conference and rumors are flying and Amy talked to Todd, Todd texted you and so forth, right?
Correct.
All that was around August 28th, 9th, September 1, right in that condensed time, right?
It's just confusing because I was at two separate conferences real close together there.
Okay. But after that flurry of activity and exchanges in September and October, you said your contact with Amy kind of trailed off?
They weren't as frequent. We still communicated, we still went out to lunch, but it wasn't quite as often.
And if I understand some of the other testimony in the trial, this was a time period when Amy's uncle suffered a brain bleed.
Yes, he did.
And he was in very critical condition in the hospital and then later transferred to a rehabilitation center in Des Moines called On With Life.
Yes.
Were you and Amy exchanging her concerns and her attention to that matter as that went on?
We did talk about her uncle, yes.
Do you know if that situation with her uncle led her to spend some time traveling back and forth to wherever he was being hospitalized?
I believe she stayed down there for several days with her uncle so her mom could have some relief from sitting with him. He was getting up and falling, so they needed a sitter with him to make sure he didn't get hurt.
During September and October, did you have much contact with Todd at all?
No.
Did you know enough about the farm life that this was quickly moving into harvest season for him?
Yes.
Did Amy talk about that?
No.
While this thing with her uncle was going on, his health concerns, was Amy sharing anything with you about her either continued or discontinued relationship with Jared?
We did not talk about that relationship quite as much then. I was trying to let her work it out in her own mind, what she was going to do. I didn't know what she was thinking she was going to do or choose. I know she was very concerned about her children.
I'm not going to try to hunt for it right now, but I believe there was some message between you and her at some point where she talked about him being the super dad all of a sudden,
Yes.
and that there was some hope that, or comment by you perhaps, that maybe he could continue to be.
I did. Because she was trying to decide at that time if she would stay there because of the children or if she wanted to leave. And I said maybe Todd would, be the person she wanted or needed him to be.
You said that after the revelation of the first affair, that it seemed that there were indications anyway that Todd was very controlling and suspicious or wanting to know where she was at and so forth.
Yes.
Was that continuing in last year in July, August, September?
That continued the whole time after the affair, the first affair.
All the way from 5 years ago up and through?
Yes.
Did Amy ever say that she was limited in having money to buy things, shop?
Yes, she did.
Would you be surprised that she had an unlimited access to a Cabela's credit card?
I don't believe she went up to Cabela's very often.
Walmart?
I do believe that most of her and the children's clothing were Walmart and Goodwill
Did you ever go to Goodwill with her?
a couple times.
Do you know, at least from the spring of 2018 until the time of her death, you said that this controlling, knowing where she was at all the time, that continued?
That did continue.
Do you know, can you explain how she would manage to have arranged to have sex with Jerry at least 100 times, according to him?
I did ask Amy where they were meeting because I didn't know, and she said that things would take place at another hog facility that was being built near them or at their own facility. She did say that at one point someone came to the facility, the newly built one, when she was there with Jerry. So from what I understood from her, they weren't meeting in hotels or houses or anything. They were meeting on the farms near her home.
Doing it in the hog barn.
But according to Jerry, they were meeting at hotels sometimes.
I did not know that from Amy.
So
Maybe
she
she's
wasn't
supposed
being
to stay with them in a
scrutinized
hotel right
24/7 by Jerry, by Todd, I mean.
I would imagine it would be very hard with how hard he works. Yes.
You mentioned that Amy had texted and talked to you directly about Todd contacting Jerry's wife.
Yes.
Do you know that he'd contacted Jerry also?
Yes.
Did Amy share with you what her understanding of Jerry's response to Todd's inquiry was?
She said that Jerry denied the relationship and that they were just friends.
Did she have a comment about if she knew how Jerry's wife had responded?
She said that Jerry's wife responded that she felt like their marriage was solid.
Uh-huh.
After the first conversation with Todd. After the second conversation, Amy said that she thought Jerry's wife thought Todd was crazy and blocked him from Facebook.
Okay. Do you know for sure if Todd ever was on Facebook?
I don't know what Todd looked at.
Okay. I believe it was in mid-October. That's when Amy was very upset about her, I'll call it a run-in with Todd's mother.
Correct.
Did Amy tell you that it seemed like she appreciated that Todd had stuck up for her in that situation?
She did not feel that way as far as when she talked to me due to the text he had sent Tristan.
But Todd did not defend his mother the way she had treated her.
That I don't know.
So I guess just to summarize here that we had affair number one, you played an integral role in getting them into counseling and preserving the marriage. That would be a pretty fair assessment, right?
That's fair.
And then near the end of August, which you knew there was another affair already occurring, it appeared that the cat might be out of the bag, that rumors were out there that she was having another affair.
Correct.
You talked to her. She says, I'm telling Todd, and she did.
She told him about the rumors.
Right. Oh, right. I didn't want to mistake that. But Todd's reaction is, we've talked about it. Just nothing really happened after that, right?
I'm not sure of the timeline, but I believe that's maybe when he talked to Jerry or Jerry's wife again. I'm not sure. I think.
But your contacts with Amy kind of lessened. You'd still have lunch or talks or text messages and so forth.
I distanced myself a little bit because I didn't want to be put in that position. I felt like I wanted Amy to talk to Todd about what was going on. And I didn't want to have to be, or didn't feel like it was my place to be the one to tell Todd what was happening. But I felt like I was very uncomfortable, maybe not lying to him, but that's why I always deflected his questions, because I didn't want to come out and Amy needed time to figure out what she was doing with her life.
Did Amy tell you that after the end of August, 1st of September, when this rumor issue arose, that this Jerry Frazier continued to be a farm management person for their hog operation?
Yes, he did.
So that business relationship between Jerry and the Mullis farm didn't change?
No, she was very concerned that his place of employment would find out and that he would be fired. So she was very concerned about that.
But it would be fair to assume, wouldn't it, that Todd didn't say, I don't want anything to do with you, or I'm suspicious of you, or I'm going to call your employer. None of that ever happened.
I'll let her answer to her knowledge. Go ahead.
To my knowledge, he did not call Jerry's place of employment.
All right, thank you, ma'am. That's all the questions I have.
Redirect.
The defense attorney just asked you about those conversations that you initially had with Todd about the rumors. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that initially he said that they talked about the rumors, and then Todd said it seemed like today was a good day.
Yes.
And then I'm going to put up here on the screen from Group Exhibit 66. There was some additional text messages after that where you're again talking about those rumors.
Yes.
And in fact, at the top, Todd writes, she told me Spencer told you Doug said that.
Yes.
And that's referring to the people that told you about those rumors.
Yes. Correct.
Todd then says, so are rumors bad? And you respond, yes, it doesn't really matter who said it. Weird they are out there.
Yes.
And then Todd responds, either weird or true, and everyone is lying to me.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Firehelm, anything else for her? Okay, thank
Okay, I had to come back to unmute. Terry and her drama. So here, I got this photo for you guys too. That's Terry and Amy together. So Terry still has friends, surprisingly. I don't know. I don't know how, but she does. She still has friends. Dog bark. Yeah, that's the big dog, making sure I'm safe. BFFs covering for. All right, let me see what's next. Oh, we got time for this. Do you guys want to do? This is the forensic pathologist. So we can do this one if you guys want to do this one, and then this would be the last one for today. And FYI, there's no, we're not doing a Todd Mullis live tomorrow. I won't be around during the day, but tomorrow night we're doing an Idaho 4 live. I don't know. I'm going to ask Luthi if she's busy and she wants to come up and talk Idaho 4. But so tomorrow day, no Todd Mullis. We'll be back to Todd Mullis Thursday day. And then, but tomorrow night, Wednesday night, is going to be Idaho 4. Unless something pops off with Delphi, which it shouldn't, I don't think. But as of right now, that's the plan. So we can do forensic pathologist. Let me see what else we have. Oh, or we could do Jerry Frazier if you want to. He's only 21 minutes. What do you guys? Which one do you guys want to do? Let me get rid of this. Just bounce it off. Yeah, you want to do? I was just thinking you want to do Jerry since we're all up in that drama anyway, and we can start Thursday with the pathologist. We could do Jerry since we're all up in the drama. Jerry. Oh yeah, we're still going. I have an hour. I have 1 hour right now before I have to leave. So I mean, I have time to do stuff. We could probably do. I mean, it would just be out of order if we did. We could throw a couple other things in here. Jerry. I think that she bugged me both, but I think she's a bigger bitch in the post-conviction relief hearings. Okay, so we'll do Jerry, and then we'll do Jerry. Oh, that's fine.
Record, please.
Oh, dog barking. There you go, Thomas. There's your dog barking. Beginning of that's what you were probably talking about. Yeah, here's Jerry. Thank you, Connie. That means a lot. Thank you. Okay, so we'll do Jerry, and then if we have a couple other small ones we want to throw in there, we can do that too, or we can just shoot the shit for a minute. But like I said, I won't be around. The kids have a stupid schedule tomorrow. One has to go in. One goes in. So 2 go in normal time. 1 goes in late. Another one gets out early. And the other 2 get out on time. It's like a dumb schedule tomorrow. So I won't be around during the day. If I did, it would be like for an hour. I mean, not that we can't do it, but Yeah, this is Jerry Frazier. Where else was in? Okay. I'm not leaving my husband for Jerry. Yeah, here's Jerry. Okay, so we'll do this one next. Since we're all up in the Jerry business anyway, let's just go for it.
Frazier, Jerryfrasher.
Go ahead, counsel.
Sir, can you tell us how old you are, please?
49.
And what area do you currently live in?
Around Anamosa.
And what area did you grow up in?
In that same area.
Are you currently employed?
Yes.
And what is it that you do?
I oversee hog confinement barns.
How long have you been doing that for?
About 8 years.
And can you just briefly describe what that means when you oversee hog confinement barns?
Basically just deal with the producer that owns the building as far as care and daily care and marketing, and do all the legwork behind it. They have to do the day-to-day stuff. I take care of everything else.
And did you have a set place you would work, or do you work in different places?
It's all over.
And would it be fair to say that you go to different farms around the area that you work in?
Yes.
And do you know how many farms you work at?
At one time it was 42 or 3.
Did you do any work on the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And specifically back in 2018, did you work on the Mullis farm?
Yes.
And in what capacity did you do work at the Mullis farm?
Just overseeing their hog operation. I was there, depending on size and health, anywhere from bi-weekly to maybe once a month, just depending on, like I said, sizes and health.
And how long had you been doing business with the Mullis farm?
About 7 years, probably.
And who did you communicate with regarding the business side of the hog barns?
Usually Todd, sometimes Amy, but usually Todd.
And how would you communicate with Todd when you would communicate with him?
If I wasn't there, it was phone or text message.
And how would you communicate with Amy?
Text message or phone.
Now, at some point, did your relationship with Amy change from a business relationship to some other type of relationship?
Yes.
And when was that?
Roughly the first part of June, into May, 1st of June.
And would that be in the year 2018?
Yes.
And what kind of relationship did you and Amy start then?
Had a physical relationship.
And how would you and Amy communicate at that time?
Text message.
How often would you and Amy meet for this physical relationship?
It just depended. I mean, everything was very
You're
short.
downplaying it.
It was maybe once a week, maybe maybe more, depending on just how it worked out.
And you indicated that you would communicate by way of text message
Yes.
primarily. And this was a sexual relationship, correct?
Yes.
And would you and Amy at times talk also about your relationship when you were together?
And I'll say that again.
Would you and Amy talk about your relationship
If you mean by text message,
by text message or in person?
not really.
Did you talk about your future with Amy?
A little bit, yes.
And initially, when you first started seeing Amy, what kind of things would you talk about in the future?
Talked about there was a chance we could end up together.
At the time that this was happening, that you had started this relationship with Amy, were you married?
Yes.
And Amy was married as well.
Yes.
What, if anything, happened in July 2018?
Todd confronted me about a bunch of text messages. And then I denied it and said it was over some other stuff, dealing with kids and sports and showing livestock. And a couple days later, he called my wife and talked to her about it. And then approximately 2 days later, he called both of us back and apologized to both of us and said he should have handled it different.
Now, let me just stop you. When you say that Todd confronted you, do you know the exact date that he did?
No, I don't.
Would it be fair to say that it was the end of July 2018?
It was sometime in July.
And how was it that Todd confronted you?
Called me.
And what do you remember him saying to you?
Just that she had texted me a lot of times in a day and wanted to know why or if it was possible.
And when you say she, do you mean Amy?
Amy, yes.
And what was your response to Todd?
I just said that she was texting me and it was over kids playing sports, showing livestock, things like that.
Now, you indicated that around that same time, Todd called your wife.
Yeah, a couple days later after he confronted or called me about it, he called my wife.
And he called her the first time.
Yes.
And do you know what that conversation consisted
Just
of?
basically told her that we were communicating by text message a lot.
And then you indicated that a few days later, there was a second
Yes.
call to your wife.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And what was the nature of that conversation?
He just called to apologize.
Did he also apologize to you?
Yes.
Now, did you and Amy ever have a conversation about the fact that Todd confronted you?
Yes, I told her he did.
And what, if anything, did Amy tell you?
She was upset that he did it. and
Did she
that's-
also tell you that he confronted her?
I don't remember.
Now, after you were confronted by Todd, did you and Amy decide that you were going to communicate a different type of way?
Yeah, I told her that we needed to slow down, and we couldn't text anymore, so she wanted to do an email.
Did you then set up a Gmail account?
Yes.
And after July 2018, would you use that Gmail account to communicate with Amy?
Yes.
And Amy also had a Gmail account.
Yes.
And then you would both use those accounts, to speak with each other.
Yes.
Now, you indicated that you did tell Amy that you needed to slow things down.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes, I'm sorry.
But you did still continue to see Amy,
Yes.
and you still continued to communicate with Amy up until her death.
Yes.
And you still would communicate with Amy using those Gmail accounts.
Yes.
What, if anything, did Amy tell you about her relationship with Todd when you would be with her?
She really didn't say much. We didn't talk about relationships much other than I know she wasn't happy.
Did she tell you how Todd treated her?
She made different notes or not notes, but said she felt like a slave or a hostage around there.
Now, did Amy ever tell you whether or not she was planning on leaving Todd?
She said she was wanting to.
Did you and Amy ever have any conversations about what Todd would do if he found out she was having an affair?
One time she did say that if he ever found out, she would disappear.
Were you afraid about Todd finding out about your affair?
Yes.
Why?
Why wouldn't you be? I mean, if you're having a relationship with somebody's wife, you would not want them to find out.
I think him and his wife are still together. I'm not 100%. I'm going to look, but I think him and his wife are still together. I'm not 100% on that, but I'm going to look. Yeah. And he's just like, no problem, Todd. Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry about it. I get it, you know. Like, what? What a dick.
Generally, where would you and Amy meet?
Usually just on a gravel road somewhere.
Oh my God.
And there were a couple times where you guys made plans to meet in different areas and in different locations.
Yes.
When was the last time you saw Amy?
I don't know the exact date. It was sometime before she had her surgery.
And where did you meet that time?
I don't remember.
And that time that you met, do you believe it was days before her surgery?
Yeah, it'd have been a few days before.
And did you guys have sexual relations that day?
I don't honestly remember.
You previously talked to police about about all of these things, correct?
Yes.
And in fact, you talked to the police shortly after Amy's death.
Yes.
And you indicated to them that you believe the last time you saw her that you did have some type of sexual relations.
It wasn't. Yeah, it was not sex. It was oral.
So you do recall that there was some type of
There would
oral
have been
sex.
some of that. Yes, not sex. I guess
I think Lacey was right.
And
We
you
know
and
what
Amy
she was
would
having for
communicate by
lunch.
text messages, approximately 15 to 40 messages a day, correct?
Yeah, correct.
And that was up until November 10th.
Yeah, I guess. I assume.
Now, Jerry,
Todd is so scary. He calls the guy who's fucking his wife and apologizes. I'm so sorry that I accused you of fucking my wife. Instead of killing you, I'm going to call you and tell you that I feel bad. Wow.
Where were you on November 10th, 2018?
I was at home.
And what area do you live in?
I live around Anamosa.
So anybody who doesn't know, like when the defense is going for a third party, this is who they're blaming. They think it could have been him that did it.
How far is Anamosa from the Mullis farm?
Probably 45 miles, 45 minutes.
What did you do that morning?
My son was home from college. We show pigs. I'd actually bought a tanning bed to tan some pigs in the winter because their pigment doesn't get sun in the winter. So we hung a tanning bed in the barn, and then we cleaned the barn and walked our pigs that morning.
And were you with your son all morning?
Yes.
And was anybody else at your home when you were there?
No.
Now, on November 10th, 2018, did you see Amy Mullis
No.
on the day of her death?
No.
Did you at any point go to the Mullis farm?
No.
Jerry, on the day of Amy's death, did you communicate with her that morning?
Yes.
And how was it that you communicated with her?
Email.
And did those emails start at approximately 7:40 in the morning?
I don't remember the time, but I'm sure they did.
Judge, may I approach?
Yes.
Mr. Frazier, I'll ask that you look at those two pieces of paper that I just handed you. Do you recognize those?
Yes.
And Judge, just for the record, I've marked those as States Exhibit 110. They were not on the proposed list, Judge. We will upload this later. Jerry, do you know what that is that I just handed you?
Yes.
And what is that?
It's the emails from that morning.
And are those emails between your Gmail account and Amy's Gmail account?
Yes.
And do you recall that those are the messages that you sent Amy and Amy sent you that morning?
Yes.
And it appears to be a true and accurate copy of those exchanges.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that States Exhibit 110 be admitted into evidence.
Any objection? No objection. Exhibit 110 is admitted.
Your Honor, permission to publish to the jury.
Yes.
Jerry, at the top, it indicates the Gmail address, jerryfrazier70 at gmail.com. Is that the Gmail account you set up?
Yes.
And it also indicates the Gmail account of Amy Lynn 5810 at gmail.com. Is that the Gmail account that you would email Amy to?
Yes.
Now I'm going to scroll down here on this exhibit till the end, which would be the end of yours. Do you see at the bottom there on November 10th, 2018 at 7:40 a.m., there was an email from Amy to you?
Yes.
And what does that email indicate or say?
It says, morning, I'm good all day, love you.
And at approximately, or at 7:50 a.m. on that same date, did you then respond from your Gmail account?
Yes.
And what did you respond?
It just says, morning, I slept horrible, must have slept too much in the late day yesterday.
And I'm going to go up to the same date at 8:04 a.m. Did Amy then respond to you from that same Gmail account?
Yeah, and on this one, I think it's, I can't see it. It says sent from my iPhone the November 10th down there, but there's nothing below it.
I think if you go to the next
So it says not really?
do you see that other part? If you go to the next page, do you see it?
Oh, I'm sorry. It's on the bottom of the next page. It says, bummer. Well, take it easy today. Take some NyQuil or Benadryl tonight. It says, bummer. Well, take it easy today. Take some NyQuil or Benadryl tonight. You will sleep amazing. You probably don't feel any better since you didn't sleep good, I assume.
Now, if you go up from there at 8:06 a.m., you responded and wrote, not really.
Yes.
At 8:10 a.m., Amy from that same account then responded to you, and what did she write?
It says, well, that sucks. Wish I could be there to take care of you. I'm a pretty good nurse. I don't like to see you sick.
At 8:41 a.m., did you then respond?
I said, I'll get better.
And then at 8:49, what did Amy write?
It says, well, you better. I'm not ready to part ways yet, Frazier. Do you have anything to do today?
And what did you respond at 9:18 a.m.?
I said, just need to go.
And at 9:30 a.m., did Amy respond?
It says, I see we'll rest up today then.
And at 10:12 a.m., did Amy then write you another message?
It says, you know what I'm doing today? Cleaning fucking like fixtures in the barn. WTF.
And did you respond at 10:14 a.m.?
I said, nice.
And was that the last time you communicated with Amy?
Yes.
Now, Jerry, you indicated that the day that this happened, you were in Anamosa,
Yes.
and you indicated that to the police, correct?
Yes.
Did you also give the police access to your Gmail account and your phone records?
Yes.
And you were in, as you indicated, you were in Anamosa all day.
Yes.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Your history with the Mullis farm goes back about 7 years.
Yes.
And I believe you said the frequency ranged from a couple times a week, maybe once a month.
Yes.
Were
I
there
agree
times
with-
of the year when there were no pigs at the Mullis place that didn't require you to be there?
Yes.
What was there basically a repeating time of the year when that would happen?
And once they'd sold all their market hogs, there was a downtime to get the barn cleaned before new pigs come in.
Okay. The relationship you said began to be a personal, physical relationship end of May, 1st of June.
Yes.
And that at first, both of you felt that there could be a possible long-term relationship developing.
Yes.
Then you got the call from Todd about the significant number of text messages that he apparently had seen, assumably on Amy's phone. And your reaction was lots of contacts involve kids, sports, showing pigs,
Yes.
all that kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Did he seem satisfied with that?
He did.
Would you say that his, I realize this was over the phone, but was he angry at you or just, hey, what's going on?
He was just what was going on.
And at the end of that conversation, or as in the time after it, you felt okay that you had satisfied his concerns and curiosity.
Yes, he asked us to quit texting and we did.
Did he say anything about calling your wife?
I don't remember if he said anything about it, but of course she told me as soon as he did it.
Was your wife take on this that he was a little crazy?
Yeah.
But in any event, he called back within a few days and apologized to both of you.
Yes.
So you're placing this around sometime in July.
Yeah, mid-July, mid to the end of July.
You continued to provide professional services through your company to the Mullises up through the time of Amy's death.
Yes.
And that involved contacts with Todd,
Yes.
Amy,
Yes.
more so with Todd than Amy.
Yes.
Would this be times when you would come to the farm and meet with him personally?
Yes.
Did he ever show any animosity towards you or anger that he still suspected something of you?
Never.
Was there a time around when the state fair was running in Des Moines that at least it was discussed between you and Amy that you might get together there?
Yes.
Did that happen?
One time it did. One night it did. Yes.
Okay. Did she continue to say anything about you mentioned that she said she felt like a slave or a hostage or something. Did it appear to you that she had significant independence and could do things on her own?
A little bit, but Todd even said that he had to know where she was at all times. He told me that.
Did she share with you that she was spending quite a bit of time away from the farm because of a death of a grandparent and a health issue with an uncle?
Yes, I knew she was doing some of that.
Okay. Would you have visited the farm in the months of September and October?
Yes.
It seems from the evidence that we've heard so far that it was during those months that both, well, I guess grandma died in the summer, but then this uncle had this serious health issue in September, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know time frames.
Okay. But based on your personal relationship with Amy, you would know that if she had left the farm and gone to be with family?
She would tell me she was leaving.
Did Todd ever express any dissatisfaction with the fact that she was away a lot during those months? It's harvest time, bad weather apparently was happening.
Not to me, no.
Okay. Jerry, I think when we had a deposition earlier in the summer, I asked you if there was a time when, and I think you said today, you talked to Amy about maybe slowing things down.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Do you think you were more interested in doing that than she was?
Yes. Yes.
And also, not that, well, you had indicated that at some point, or some of the discovery materials, that you felt that you had had sexual relations with her 100 times.
And that number's probably far-fetched, I'll be honest.
Okay. And this was whether it's gravel roads or cars or hog buildings, some motels?
Now, there was maybe a couple, and they were an hour in the afternoon.
And into the fall months, would you say that you were taking more of an effort to try to cool this thing off?
I would still communicate with her. When she communicated, I would communicate back.
But you weren't trying to lead her on that this was going to be a long-term relationship?
I was upfront with her and told her that if she was going to leave, she had to do it on her own terms and for herself, not for me.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Lame. That could have been so much better. Could have been so much better. All right, hold on. Let me see what we got. That's the pathologist. There's a couple witnesses. This one's long, so we're gonna have to wait. That's Deputy Travis Hemisath. We've heard about him, so we'll wait on that one. And then that's the Special Agent John. We're gonna wait on that one. I can do this one. It's little. This is his. I think it's Todd's brother.
Please be seated, everyone.
He wasn't going to leave his wife. According to him, he wasn't going to leave his wife.
We have a witness for the defendant.
But he does. Oh, maybe we should wait because this is actually the defense's case now. We'll wait, I guess. I guess we'll wait. Does it matter to you guys that these are defense witnesses? I mean, we're kind of going completely out of order, but does it matter to you guys? But he admits that he essentially kind of told Amy, like, you know, we could see where this goes. We could see what happens. But then he says, like, I wasn't going to leave her. Like, I was up front with Amy and said, no, this is all just for funsies. Pretty close. I mean, that's why I said we can do this one because it's only like 13 minutes. It's just a couple quick witnesses, but they are defense witnesses, so it takes us to the other side of the case. And we haven't finished the prosecution witnesses yet, so maybe we'll just wait. We'll just end it early and be done with it for the day. So then that way, because we have at least 3 big witnesses. Actually, we have 3 big witnesses. For the state still, plus a couple little odds and end ones. And then we go into the defense witnesses. So I think we'll just wrap it up. And then that way we can go into the bigger ones. We'll have a good solid time going into the bigger ones. And then we also have on the defense side, we have Todd, and his is it's long. I think it's like it's like over 3 hours, I think. So yeah, I think we'll just wrap it for the day then, and we'll come back. So Mullis will be Thursday morning, and we'll start with the forensic pathologist, and probably make it into at least one of the deputies. So tomorrow night we're doing Idaho 4. So just a reminder, there's no live tomorrow day. There's a live tomorrow night. Unless something pops off with Delphi tomorrow, which that shit can happen, but I don't expect anything. But so tomorrow night, Idaho 4, Thursday morning, back to Todd Mullis for part 3 of OG trial. All right. Perfect. Okay. You guys go enjoy. Hopefully everybody's having tacos for dinner. It's Taco Tuesday. Enjoy the rest of your Tuesday. I'm sure I'll see you out on the YouTube streets. I'm trying to finish up the diagrams or the demonstratives that I was making for the Idaho 4 live. So I'm going to hopefully have those done by the live tomorrow. That's the goal. So hopefully I'll finish that tonight, and I'll just see you guys around the YouTube streets. So go enjoy the rest of your Tuesday, and I will see you guys tomorrow night. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no one head into the unknown.